T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now in okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Big brother, we don't love you no more. Big brother, we can't trust you no more. They keep on pulling and pushing until we all end up wishing that now we can't take no more. Big brother, living like 1984.
Every day 1984, with the world economic form. Did I forget to mention social credit, implementing the score? If you're kicked out and you poor, call get declined at the store. They got us divided and fighting, distracting us from the war. Wasn't our food in our water, confusing our sons and our daughters. You'll own nothing and be happy, convincing you less is more. Controlling the population, creating impatient nation. Have you complacent and placing all your trust in government agencies? What George Orwell had written today is no longer fiction. They implemented a system that put us all in a prison. They want you to be the bugs in the pot, not taking care of your body. No religion and worshiping government and not God.
Big brother, we don't love you no more. Big brother, we can't trust you no more. They keep on pulling and pushing until we all end up wishing and now we can't take no more. Big brother, living like 1984.
Government Government tracking our phones, everything we eat GMO. They want us all driving electric controlled everywhere that you go. I ain't riding with Biden and I ain't trusting Trudeau. But in fact, all these politicians, the web place around the globe. Taxing on carbon emissions, they don't want you guarding your children. They don't want you having no knowledge, they want us all in the prison. Gender confusing the youth, their agenda is proof. I don't trust these fact checkers every time they censor the truth. How we overpopulated if our birth rate is shrinking. Go ahead, ignore your instincts, morals right now to sink. All the freedoms that you thought you had, they gone in a blink. Sir, you're under arrest, you've had too much to think.
Big brother, we don't love you no more. Big brother, we can't trust you no more. They keep on pulling and pushing until we all end up wishing, and now we can't take no more. Big brother, living like 1984. Big brother, big brother, big brother, big brother.
What's up, it's your
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we we hold and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Man, you take a week off and then or not even a week. You take a couple days off, and it ruins your whole routine. Oh my gosh! Yeah, no kidding. Oh, Casey's rusty. Yes, I am. Woo! All that beach water got me a little rusty apparently this morning. I figured out what it was instantly as soon as I started saying the intro and realized that the microphone, I had turned it off for while I was gone, and yeah, that was fun. You get to listen to it twice, and then I couldn't spin it out there. So the title for the day is Earnings Week. I believe the earnings report comes out. What is it, tomorrow? And then we have what I wrote next was a time for a change to the menu. So this is kind of a funny story.
and it has to do with my trip to Florida. But I've been saying, and I wasn't saying this because of what it was that I was looking at. I said this because I saw numbers that were being reported by somebody else on Twitter, and he was Stonk Retail was basically stating that he felt that second quarter for AMC was going to be profitable, and I was looking at his numbers and I agreed with him, and I was saying that his numbers were accurate. And I think he had first quarter right, and I think second quarter he was going to be accurate as well. So and I think that's going to be the case. I think AMC will be profitable and we'll have a positive EPS going into Q2 here tomorrow when we have those numbers go through. So I'm really excited about that. But why did I put time for a change to the menu? Well, it is a change to the AMC menu to have a positive EPS. Since I am probably most of you, I can only imagine there's maybe one person listening who might have been in. Well, no, I doubt there's probably even one person that was in that was invested before there was a positive EPS. But this will be a change to the menu where we finally get to see positive EPS and how that impacts the market and whether or not there's going to be institutional buying as a result. I think that when we go over the numbers here in a little bit, I'll be able to prove to you that there already has been buying going on by institutions. And I'll kind of ruin the teaser here for you a little bit and let you know that when I left on Wednesday, we were at 141.464 million shares owned by institutions, and that's increased by about 2.2 million shares since Wednesday. So we're already up 2.2 million shares purchased by institutional buyers. Which means companies are starting to go financial institutions specifically are going long on AMC. I mean, this is exactly what we need. We need to see institutional buying pressure to really get that price to start rising. That's how you really get growth on price, right? They don't want we talk about algorithmic trading, right? Institutions don't want to see they don't want to lose money on what it is that they're investing in. And so they will use their same algorithmic trading devices to be able to help protect their assets. So if they're buying into AMC, we're getting the buying pressure and we're getting the backing of institutions that want to see a positive increase in price of the stock. And so they're going to combat any institution who may be algorithmically trying to short the price down into oblivion. And so this is definitely what we need, and it is in the right direction. And I'm really happy to see that. There's another side to why I wrote time for a change to the menu. I don't know what is going on in Florida, but you all got the same menu no matter where you go. I thought, oh, well, we'll try different. This story is funny. Hear me out here. We got about 7 minutes before I can do the numbers, so hear me out. We flew into. I'll tell you some more details later on throughout the day as the day goes on because it was quite an eventful trip. But we got into Fort Lauderdale, rented the car at around midnight, and started our trek across the state. I had no idea that it was going to take as long as it did to get across the state. It was 2.5 hours just to Casey Keys Resort. So we get over there, and the next day we spent the very first day on Nokomis. I think it's Nokomis Beach, and so our first meal that we got to experience was on the little bar hut that they had right by the beach. And so we went over and we walked up there and asked the guy, "What's the best thing on the menu?" And he said the shrimp tacos. And so I ordered the shrimp tacos. Melissa doesn't like seafood at all, so she got the steak tacos. And I posted a picture for you guys to see that. Beautiful, beautiful view as we sat there and ate our tacos. And it was excellent. It was great. It was really, they had a nice sauce on it. It was super, super yummy. And then it was time for us at the end of the day to head up a little bit further north to Sarasota for our next stop that night. And I wanted to pick a place that we would be able to get a good sunset view. And so I picked out O'Leary's as the place where we would eat dinner over there in Sarasota. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it or not. It's kind of an outside bar kind of setting, pretty much for the most part, with like picnic tables and whatnot. And it has somewhat of a good area to see a sunset from. And so we walk in there, and I kid you not, that menu was almost verbatim. Every single thing on that menu was exactly the things that were at that hut that we went to. Like, it almost just looked like somebody took like a different font and maybe some different colors and added it to the menu, and that was the difference. And this is a full on restaurant versus like just a little snack hut. so I'm like, okay, that's cool. We enjoyed some of the food that was there, so we got it. It was kind of lackluster. I think it was more of a drinking location than it was necessarily a food location. So that was all right. We're like, not a problem. So the next day we go to Siesta Keys Beach, and so by the way, my wife wants to know, for those of you who are in Florida, what the heck is up with all this Dunkin' Donuts? Like, did Dunkin' Donuts corner the market on donuts in Florida? Because they are everywhere. There's absolutely just everywhere. You can't not find a Dunkin' Donuts. They're just, you run into them left and right. They're almost as populated as Starbucks are. It's a very close tie, and it was pretty funny. But anyways, Florida runs in Dunkin'. Here in Texas, we got different donut places, and so it's not. In fact, I can only think of like one Dunkin' Donuts here. The other donut chains are not. The donut market has not been cornered over here, and in fact, the donuts here in Texas, and I'm not trying to just be Texas versus everybody else, but because I've lived in a lot of different states, California, Oregon, Arizona, Virginia, Texas, and I've been all over. And I'm telling you, hands down, the donut market has been cornered here with a lot of different kinds of donuts. And Dunkin' Donuts they've been pushed out by really good donut places. So, anyways, we are on the beach at we got Dunkin' Donuts. We were on the beach on Friday in Siesta Keys Beach. We decided to go to the snack hut for lunch, and lo and behold, the exact same menu. The same one. Same, different print, different font, different colors on the menu, same menu. Fish tacos, mahi tacos, and shrimp tacos, and just everything's the same. So we're like, okay, 3 for 3. Three major meals so far, and every single one's the same exact menu. We're like, all right. So that night, we stayed out late, by the way, and managed to see the sunset at a much better location this time on Friday night. And because we kind of got home late from the beach, and I took my sweet ass time getting ready, we weren't leaving the hotel to go grab dinner until around like 10. It was probably like 10. No, it was 9:20. 9:20. Melissa didn't want to go to any place that was closing at 10 because she's like, if it's closing at 10, I don't want to do that to the people who are working there. That's rude. So she's like, we got to go someplace that's has different kinds of food than what we're used to, is unique to Florida, and closes at 11 or later. I'm like, okay. This is on a Friday night, by the way. So I figured there'd be a lot of places that are open. Started looking. Every place that I'm looking at, I look at the menu first. It's the same. Same menu. Over. It doesn't matter if it's a forced $4 sign place or if it's a $2 sign place. It's got the same menu. It's just maybe more expensive, less expensive. It's the same thing. I'm sitting there going, what is going on with you guys in Florida? You're absolutely addicted. It's like they cornered the market on foods. They know exactly what you guys like, and you obviously don't like anything else other than those, I don't know, those same menus. And y'all got to change up the menu. I'm just telling you right now, you need to change up the menu in Florida because you can't serve the same thing over and over. So do you know what we had on Friday night? Nobody will guess. Nobody will guess. It's someplace you can eat anywhere you go in the United States, probably. And I'll give you a hint. It's Italian food. Anybody. For a point. Let's start this week off with points. Italian food chain that you can eat anywhere. Yep. Pro Jewelers with the point right there. It was Olive Garden. Pro Jeweler. He knows. He knows because we met up with him the next morning, and he took us to oh gosh, I forgot the name of it already. Pro Jeweler. It was first something, first catch, first something. I can't remember. Yeah, Olive Garden was the place we ended up going, and I ended up getting the shrimp scallop fettuccine with a side of salmon, blackened salmon. And we filled up on breadsticks and salad and soup, and never even really made it to the full course meal, like we always do. First watch, there it is, first watch. So we had breakfast with Pro Jeweler the next morning. That menu did not have the same menu as everything else. It was different. And then we managed to hook up with Danny real quick before we had to board for our flight leaving. Oh, by the way, Pro Jeweler, my flight did get delayed. Originally we were supposed to leave at 3:20. I think we ended up leaving right about 5. So we got delayed. But we had a wonderful vacation. I'm sitting here, it sounds like I'm complaining when I say you guys need to change to the menu. We had an absolutely wonderful time. We enjoyed the beaches, amazing shells on that Nico. I already forgot the name again. Nokomis Beach. The shells there are just amazing. Beautiful soft white sand on Siesta Keys Beach. That sand was amazing. Yep, we were in Sarasota. Casey's Broken Mug, good morning to you. I'm sorry to hear you broke yourself again. Wolfie says it's Ape's favorite food. Good morning, Wolfie. We didn't get any mojitos. Well, actually, that may not necessarily be true. I may have gotten a margarita mojito mix or something along those lines. One of the nights there, and it was really strong and it was good. No, I didn't get it. I remember now. Melissa got it. I tried her drink. I had a margarita. She got the mojito at O'Leary's, and I had a sip of hers, and it was really good. It was some kind of mint something. It wasn't a classic mojito where it was just mint. It had something else in it as well, some other fruit. But yes, we had a great holiday. It was a great getaway. It was very refreshing. The plane ride back was we had a hard landing, and we were sitting like right over the wheels. Oh, and happy birthday to Preacher, guys, by the way. I think I wrote his name down on my board just now so I wouldn't forget, but Preacher, I don't have it written down from last week. So I don't know. I don't remember having the discussion. I feel like I kind of remember that we talked about maybe that your birthday was coming up, but I didn't write it down on my board, so it escaped me. So sorry about that, but we will, I'm going to change the song out for the day and play your song for the rest of the day. All right, it's 5 minutes past the time to take a look at the numbers. Oh yeah, one more thing. My goodness, my ankles and my calves were just absolutely so sore from walking in that sand, that beautiful, beautiful sand. I had a hard time. I am super, super stiff. Last night was a rough night for me. For sure. I woke up this morning feeling a lot better, but man, when you're not used to walking in sand like that, and then you do, a half mile or a mile of walking in it, it certainly takes a toll on you. I'm cleaning off my glasses, and we'll take a look at the numbers for the morning. Preacher says, but the $1 million question is, did Lady Shah get enough beach time? Yes and no. She didn't want to go. She's like, can we just stay? And I was like, yeah, I mean, we could. We could become beach bums and, just drop all responsibilities, including kids. But no, she had a good time. I think I don't know. I'm not sure, but she may have caught a little something from the plane. Hopefully, it's not COVID or anything. But she may have caught something from the plane because she's not too hot right now. But she's all right though. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. I'm gonna take you guys over the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. But I did read Marvin's thing. Says thoughts on AMC Bigham's, aka Brian Reese, linked to Citigroup. Man, y'all gotta do better on where you're getting your information from. You know what I'm saying? Like, just do better. Sorry, I'm looking at my I'm getting my code for my access to my account here. All right. Yeah, just do better, man. There's going to be people out there who are they are just full of so much bad information, and yet you guys keep listening to them. And my thought is that, you know what? Trash in is trash out. If you keep putting trash in your brains, you're going to be trash brainy. So stop feeding your brain trash and move on to somebody who's actually going to give you some good information. And stop grow that brain. Grow the brain. Stop trying to shrink your brain. It doesn't help any. Not if you want to be, productive in your thought process. Let's see. All right, here we go. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up for it. If your broker allows you to use a secondary device to be able to access that code, might be a good thing to do in case something happens to your primary. It's good to have backups. Also, if you do not have a digital or hard copy of your statement of your portfolio through your broker or brokers, now is the time to do it. Stop everything that you're doing and do it right now. It is probably the most important thing. We're hearing stories about banks that are suddenly missing money or money that's supposed to be held within banks, and then it's found. But don't trust your banks, guys. Any kind of financial institution can make mistakes. So please have that information so you have proof of ownership of what it is that they're supposed to be holding for you. So in case they decide to do something that's kind of shady, you have that backup information. Please do that. It is really, really super important, because I can almost guarantee you in the future something's going to happen to where banks are going to, or brokers may sit there and say like, oh, your share position is now this, and we had it wrong. And then you're not going to have any proof, and you're just going to have to run with it. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with the top left-hand side, obviously we finished out the week last week on Wednesday instead of Friday because of the vacation. Let me go back to Wednesday and see what the closing price was for that. That was the 2nd. And on the 2nd, let's see here. Closing price was $480 on AMC, and Ape was $181. Is that right? Hold on a second. I think my calculator's not open. I don't really need a calculator for this, but $6.61 would have been the combined total for the close on that. And let's see here. We've got the closest person to price prediction being correct would have been me, only because I was no, I take that back. It's Einstein. Einstein would have been the closest. He had 526 to 826. He had the closest price prediction, so Einstein's going to win out the week. I had 533 to 833. Apex had 543 to 843, and Eric had 6 to 9. Let's give the bonus point to Einstein so he can win out the week. And everybody else a point for getting the correct numbers. Oops. Tried to provide you guys while I was on vacation every morning. I tried to, because I was getting up like super early because I was jet lagged or something. I don't know what I was, but I was getting up really super early. Tried to provide you guys a little bit of insight as to what each day would look like on Thursday and Friday, and I think I did a pretty good job on kind of giving you guys an outlook. Let's take a look at short exempt volume. For AMC short exempt volume on Friday, I have Thursday's numbers up on the board right there. I put those up last night so you could see the difference. Friday's numbers, short exempt volume was 213.2 thousand shares. Hold on a second. And Ape. I contemplated putting in all this information for Friday's numbers, but I thought, no, let's have some continuity and have Thursday's numbers up. That way you can see Fridays for Monday. On Ape, total amount of short exempt volume shares was 12,900. It's a pretty low number. Day-over-day price increase from Friday. AMC was up 0.041 or 0.41 rather, and Ape was up 0.56. Let's take a look at the utilization. Utilization at 81.57% for AMC. Which is a little bit down from Friday's numbers. On Ape, it was we had a jump. Utilization went from like 90, I think it was like 91% to 96.7 going into Friday. And then now, Monday morning, it is 92.13%. So it's gone back down a little bit. Anything over 95% is a good number. Those are numbers I like to see. Taking a look at, let's see what's next on this here. Max Payne. I did boot everything up last night, so I think that Max Payne number that you're seeing right there. No, that might actually be Max Payne for this week. Let me go ahead and refresh it just in case, but since I did boot everything back up and got all my screens up and running last night, that most of the numbers are refreshed already. So that might actually be the right number. Yep, Max Payne is $5 to start off this week. Off exchange volume for Friday on AMC was 52.42%. EDGX was at 5.72. The combined total on that's 58.14%, which was low. As normally I would expect to see about 64% by the end of the day. It's about 5.86% lower than I would expect. CHX volume was elevated once again with 5.09% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2.52 for just a little over hair over a million shares, 1.06 million shares having gone through that exchange, which tells me that there's still a lot of shares that need to be found. On Ape, off exchange is 53.87%. And EDGX was 5.4. The combined total 69.27%. It's about 4.73% less than it should have been. There were 0 shares going through CHX. On GME, CHX volume was 0.06. Is about 1,500 shares. Nothing unusually high on that. Let's take a look at institutional ownership. This is the number last week when I left on Wednesday. I'm going to go ahead and update the screen here. But last week on Wednesday when I left, we were sitting at about 141.464 million shares owned by institutions. It's now reported at 143.696. So we're definitely getting some institutional buying kicking in here, which should help price going up. And let's take a look at the options. The numbers I've got, again, that are up here on the screen are the numbers that were listed from last night, but I'll go ahead and refresh it one more time just to make sure. We've got, let's see here, call volume. At a $6 strike is our highest amount of call volume in open interest. That's what it was last week, was $6. There's 59,000 contracts so far. On puts, highest amount of put going into this week is at a $4 strike. That's where it was last week. There's 118.9 thousand contracts. Do note, there's a lot of open interest on the put side that is in the money. All the way extended up to about $10, the $10 range. There's 10,000 at... well, there's 34,000 at 5, 10.2 at 8, 2.1 at 9, and an 8.2 thousand contracts at 10. Let me give you guys a little bit of music, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data here in just a minute after I move some screens around. All right, so earlier this morning, actually last night, I got on to TradingView and decided to kind of take a look and see what's kind of going on. It kind of appears to me that we have a little bit of an ascending parallel channel heading up here, which usually means price is going to break down. It's a bearish signal. I've got quite a few touch points here across the top. There's even one that was trying to break out the top side but never fully got out. As well on the bottom side, multiple touch points in here, and some of them again attempts to try and break out of this, but never actually fully were able to break beyond the signal. So we're looking for price to continue up this path here until it doesn't. And oftentimes, what I see happen is there's some kind of level. Fibonacci level retracement that a strong level of support or resistance seen from the past. I don't have one set up here right now, but I can see right now that we're seeming to struggle a little bit with 683 as a breakout point combined of AMC and APE, and we're sitting at 681 right now. So that level of resistance may continue to hold, and what you end up seeing is a bunch of consolidation between this rising level of support and $6.83 level of resistance until it breaks out of this trend. When it does break out of this, and if I were to draw a line across here, I would suggest the breakout point would probably be somewhere in this range in here, which would put us really close to around 1216 on today. So so around noonish Eastern Standard Time, we may see a little bit of a break to the bottom side here. And, this may only go down and retest something like a combined total of around 667. I fully would believe that it's possible for us to see, even with a positive EPS, a downside in price movement. There's going to be a lot of expectations that they're going to want to crumble. And so when we see price start to move down with a positive EPS earnings report, I have a feeling that we're going to see this breakout to the bottom side here, and even though we're expecting it to move up, so be ready for that. I really strongly do believe that that's a possibility. If we can continue to break up beyond $6.84 as a combined price, then this will continue to drive up further until there's another level of resistance, and at which point it would consolidate and break out further down the road, perhaps like somewhere in this range in here. These are just kind of suggested breakout points to the bottom side. All right, let's take a look at utilization and all that good stuff on Ortex here. Last night, I saw a lot of people reporting that AMC was showing up with about 10% short interest of the free float. And obviously what they were doing is they were using the 1.51 billion shares outstanding, which would have been a conversion only, not a reverse split of AMC. And even with the reverse split, it still would have been the same amount. But and they were basically showing just a little over 10% short interest on AMC because of the fact that they're reporting the 1.51 billion outstanding shares of the free float. Not outstanding shares total, but of the free float. So that obviously was incorrect information, and it looks like early this morning, or at least over the weekend, they've fixed that. So it's now showing back up at 30.1%. Our utilization day over day, let's talk about what's happening here. From Thursday to Friday's numbers, which are being reported this morning, we went from 82.1% utilization to 81.57%, so a little bit of a drop. That might be on loan amounts dropping, but it looks like they actually went up, which means that there's probably just less shares available to borrow, being reported available to borrow. So we went up by 500,000 shares in on loan shares. Let me write that on my board. Normally, Ortex would estimate about a third of that would be in new short interest. So probably somewhere around like 170,000 shares maybe. So in order to report that, they said that short share interest of the free float rose from 30.07 to 30.1, so a 0.3 increase. 0.03 rather. Which comes out to 155,000 shares. Really close to the 170. 155,000 shares is what they're estimating was in new short interest. On loan average age per day should be still going up, I would imagine. Looks like it went from 131.06 to 131.57, so a slight increase. Security lending volume day over day decreasing from 6.54 million to 6.38 million. Nothing outrageously wild happening with the numbers from Thursday and Friday of last week while I was gone, at least on Ortex. On Ape, we're running at a 10.63% short share interest of the free float. Utilization is at 92.13. Let's take a look at what that looks like, how it was moving. So it was driving up here and got to about 96.7, and then Friday's numbers was 92.13, so it did come back down a little bit there. On loan amount did dip, so that part of that for the drop in utilization may be due to the fact that the amount of shares on loan did decrease, and it decreased by 1.11 million shares. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 10.68 to 10.63. On loan average age per day is rising. Looks like we found a bottom finally on this indicator, and it was on the July 27th. So if that starts a ticking timer for me, July 27th would be the first day, and I count out 15 trading days. By the 17th, it should signal a significant increase in price, no later than the 17th of this month. Security lending volume day over day. Oh, wow, look at that. August 3rd, there was like almost zero. Security lending volume was 197,000 shares, but we had 2.51 on Friday. Man, almost nothing. Again, nothing crazy really with these numbers here. I guess other than the fact that the security lending volume on Friday was really low. Thursday, I guess, really. Thursday's data that was reported Friday. Futures on the market as of this morning. We've got the VIX down 1.59%, and that usually means the markets should be up. And they are anywhere from 0.16 to 0.41. Oops. Look at more necklaces. Uh-oh. I got rid of my stuff. There we go. Man, it's like I forgot how to do this stuff here. Hold on a second. Orders by Fidelity customers. I already checked this last night. AMC and Ape did not make the, or GME did not make the top 30 list from Friday's most heavily traded stocks. SSR triggers today for AMC at $4.44. Ape at, let's check it out. Where is it? We closed at 179 on Friday, which means that SSR would trip today at 161.1. Shares available to borrow is 75,000 shares. There's also about 1,000 sitting in the ETFs. Looks like since the 4th, there's been a lot of small share lending going on. Where they would borrow 100 shares, return 100 shares, return 400, borrow 400, and then by the 6th of this morning, 6:30 this morning, they returned about 75,000 shares, and it looks like those are available to be borrowed at 210.6%, which I'm going to write down. Last time I wrote down a number when we had 0 shares available to borrow, it was 153.6%, so this is definitely an increase in numbers since the last time we had 0 shares available to borrow. Let's see here. For calls, we had 150 for this week. We have 156.2 thousand contracts out of the money versus 11.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 241.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 68.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. Let's see how some of these banks are doing in the pre-market this morning. Might be a credit crunch right around the corner here. Pre-market so far for a lot of these banks aren't looking too wild. Some red, some green. Nothing over my threshold of 2.75% or greater. Ethereum Classic is up right now, 0.36. We're inside my box for a breakout on this thing here. We'll find out whether or not this is going to break above the yellow line or below the white line before too long here. I think we're getting close to that the release on this here, where it's going to start moving in one direction or the other. The U.S. dollar is currently showing up 0.24. It found a top at about 102.84 on the 3rd of this month. And then there was a big drop on the U.S. dollar on the 4th. And it's starting to crawl its way back up now. Oil is not traded in the pre-market. SPY is up 0.25. It had a pre-market open that was high, and is currently trending down and currently trading down from the open, and then consolidating currently from that original drop down in pre-market. Tesla in the pre-market is up 0.47, looking very much similar to what's going on with the SPY. Amazon is up 0.71, again, also very similar to what was going on with the SPY. Cinemark up 2.68 and only traded 45 shares so far this morning. Not a whole lot of activity going on, but it is definitely up in the pre-market, 2.68%. Doge is up 0.26 and trending up. Bitcoin is down 0.04. Notice the head and shoulder pattern that I drew out here a while back, actually. I think I don't remember exactly when I drew this out, but I was expecting the big drop in Bitcoin to occur right around this day, and it sure did. The initial big drop happened, but never actually managed to break beyond 28.7K a coin, which I was anticipating that would happen by no later than perhaps around the 31st of July, and it never occurred. You can see there's been multiple attempts on 28.7 as a level of support, and it has found that support every single time. You can see there was definitely some volatility that kicked in right around the time frame where I was expecting the drop to occur to perhaps maybe somewhere around 27.1, and never actually formulated. It was about 48 hours of some pretty heavy volatility that occurred during that period of time, and then once that volatility has subsided, it's just kind of trended slowly downwards. I don't know what's going on here exactly. I'm not sure why it's taking so long for this to complete, but I do expect to see that drop below 28.7 at some point, and when it does occur, I think it will. I think there's a strong chance that it will break hard past 28.7 and drop to at least 27.1 at the very minimum. As you can see here, I'm on a daily time interval right now. You can see that there's actually strength right now kind of showing up in the numbers. If I move down to a 4-hour chart, it also shows strength, and a 1-hour chart is actually showing weakness. So on the short term, it's showing weakness, but on the long term, strength. GME is up 0.52 in the pre-market. Hycroft is breaking even. As far as GME goes, it had the initial jump up in pre-market and dropping down, but it's only traded 812 shares so far. HYMC is breaking even right now. NCMI is up, or down rather, 5.35% in the pre-market. Hood is up 0.44. Ape is up 0.56 and consolidating. AMC is up 1.62, and same similar thing here. Drive on price at pre-market open, followed by a little bit of downwards momentum and currently consolidating. Rated about 501. Inflow versus outflow from last week on Friday. We had approximately $1.3 million more inflow than outflow. 22,000 shares traded so far this morning on AMC. Not a whole lot of volume this morning. We need to see volume to see good price movement. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.75, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.28, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.3, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.59, which is average. On Ape, there was approximately $1.7 million more outflow than inflow. 2.91 thousand shares traded so far this morning. On a 4-hour chart on Ape, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.8, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 51.35, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring with more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI of 52.07, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 54.25, which is slightly above average. Let's take a look at Ichimoto on the 1 hour. We've got about 3 more minutes until the pokey stick anyways. All right. Ichimoto Cloud for Ape on a 1 hour time interval is really difficult to see here. The lagging line is right on price line. The conversion's below base, and the price is moving up through red cloud, which is typically what happens. You can see we already moved up through that red cloud once before. To have price drop back down through the red cloud before we got to a green cloud is kind of bearish. But you can see we're going for a retest of breaking through this. It could just be because there's a small portion of red cloud over here as to why we're seeing this early break to the top side on this, and we may see price move up to like the 181 range perhaps on a breakout of this. Do note that there's green cloud forming in the future, so it may only be a temporary jump up to around 181. To see buying pressure for the day, a good buy signal would have price moving above $1.84. So let's say $1.85 or higher, and maintaining would create a big buy signal. Let's look at a 4-hour chart. On a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line right at price line. Conversion is just slightly below base. We are in the thicker portion of green cloud right now. I mean, super, super thick. I would expect to see the leading B span moving upwards eventually. So I would expect to see price moving upwards here. In order for us to close above the green cloud and not enter into the green cloud, which is a period of... Oh, look at that. I said it and it happened. There's a leading span B driving up to meet the leading span A, and it's starting to form what's appearing to be a red cloud in the future. So if price is going to be moving down through this green cloud, it's going to have to do it through the thickest portion of this. And it may just trade sideways through this very, very tall wall here that we have on the leading B span now. And if that's the case, I would expect to see price movement, for the most part, kind of just trade sideways, maybe slightly down, not much more than perhaps maybe 170. 170. To turn this into a big buy signal for the day, seeing price stay above the green cloud would be ideal. So before the end of the day is over, $1.87 or higher. So the 1 hour and 4 hour are pretty close to agreement on where the buy signal would be at. Would be about a $1.85 to a $1.87. Pokey stick of volume kicking in here, so let's take a look at it real quick. We got 11,000 shares on Ape, giving us a total 14,000 shares for the day. I can't estimate anything higher than 1 to 20 million shares traded for the day. And on AMC, Pokestick came in at 91,000 shares, giving us a total of 116,000 shares traded for this morning. Again, also very low volume. I can't guesstimate anything higher than 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day. Actually, let me look at something real quick here. Yeah, that's fine. Ichimoto on AMC. Lagging line is above price line. Conversion is above base. We've had multiple attempts on the conversion to where I would expect at some point this is going to start dropping down towards base. Once it does break down and touch on base, then more than likely it's going to continue downwards. We do have green cloud forming in the future. To keep this a buy signal for the day-to-day, price is going to have to get back above this this high point here at $5.08. So we're looking for a 509 or higher for more buying pressure to kick in. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base. We're in a buy signal right now on the 4-hour chart for AMC. If I pull up a TTM squeeze on here, it's showing buying strength. Vortex indicator is showing buying strength. RSI is at 56.75, which means it's got room to run. We are in a buying signal currently because we're not in the cloud. The buying signal ends when the cloud starts, which would be around $6.50. So what am I going to write down here? I got to go with the top number up here on the cloud because the real big buy signal on the 4-hour chart doesn't start until that point, which is going to be that 650 value. Hitting 650 and maintaining should drive price up here even further. I told my wife, I said, one of the things you're going to miss if we ever move from Texas is the food. There's hand down, I mean, I've lived a lot of places in the U.S., and hands down, this is probably by far one of the best places you can eat food if you're a food lover, because it is just, it's hands down. I mean, I've lived a lot of places where there's some really good food, but nothing even comes close to comparing to this. And I don't think people understand or realize what is it they have here. Where's my Bollinger Bands? Well, I loved Florida. I don't think I could ever move there. And it's only because of the fact that one of the things that I'm looking for in a place where I would love to live the rest of my life or just be for a long period of time is someplace that has like seasonal changes throughout the year. Like I need a real summer, winter, fall, spring. I need it all. And unfortunately, Florida is not going to have. I mean, I could just move to San Diego and get the same thing with no humidity. But I've done that before, and so I know what that's like. And it's just, man, I gotta have that snow. Now, of course, I know you can move to Florida and you can just travel to the snow, but it's not the same living in it. So I need those seasonal changes. So we had a fun time visiting. Just don't think I could live there. It was a beautiful, beautiful place. You guys have a beautiful state. For those of you who live in there, my hat's off to you. You upkeep your state nice. Things are clean. It's really just a wonderful place to visit. Absolutely wonderful. But Casey needs menu diversity. Please update your menus. You definitely need that. The people were really nice in Florida. Eldoge says, believe it or not, Texas is a little Mexico. Aunque no les guste. I don't know what that means. Funky Pizza says, you get all that in Illinois, but don't move here, though it sucks. Glenn's going 485 to 561 for a price prediction. Really, really tight on that one there. Lowboy says, Long Island, New York is the place for you, Casey. I don't know, man. Like, I hear your heat waves suck, man. I mean, I guess, does it really get hot? Like, what do you consider hot and how long does it last for? I don't know. English, we did. English gym, we had a great time. It was amazing. It was just amazing. It's nice coming from Texas because we're experiencing like 100 plus degrees here, and in Florida it's off season right now, meaning not a lot of people want to go to Florida because it's so hot. For us, it was like a 10-degree cooler temperature the entire time, so we were enjoying it because it was like a nice getaway from the severe heat. I know $10 10 degrees doesn't seem like a whole lot, but I can tell you firsthand that 10 degrees is massively different to your body. And I say that because I lived in Arizona, and the difference between 120 degrees and 110 degrees is night and day. You can survive 110. 120, that 10 extra degrees will kill you. It will just absolutely kill you. And so you got to be careful with just 10-degree swings. Those are tough. Oh, and that's the other thing too. Phoenix has like a 30-degree swing, sometimes 40-degree swing in temperature between day and night. So you're looking at these massive temperature swings where you might be running mid 115, 110, 120, so like 115, and then next thing you know, by nightfall it's like 80 something. So there's these massive temperature swings. Danny says, Casey, where you were on the West Coast is always 10 degrees cooler than in Miami or Fort Lauderdale. It did seem a little more humid on your guys' side over there. So I don't know if you have that going for you or not, but it definitely seemed a little more humid. But of course, those. And that's the other thing, guys. We managed to avoid all of the rain. Apparently, it was supposed to rain, and we took our heat wave with us from Texas and our no rain, like over a month of no rain, with us over to Florida. We had zero rain right up until the very end. I met up with Danny, and it starts raining. As soon as I meet Danny, it's just like lightning storms, plane flight delays. What's up, Danny? Wasn't Danny's fault. He didn't. Man, poor Danny. Danny gets a massive kudos here, by the way, guys. I think he had. We were kind of he was kind of at the mercy of us trying to get back to the airport area, and his wife had made plans, so I apologize to her, but. He ended up waiting for us for a while we were traveling back to the airport region so we could meet up with him, and it was a pleasure to meet him and Luke and his wife. I forgot her name. I'm sorry. I'm so bad at names. But I really, really appreciated meeting you and your family, and I'm sorry you guys had to wait, but it was good seeing you though, and I'm glad I was able to give you guys some stuff that maybe you'll be able to use at the beach later on down the road. Jesse says you don't want to line on LI. Not sure what that means. Scott, enjoy your trip. You should have fun. Low boy, I've seen your beaches. When I first moved to Texas, I lived next door to some wonderful people who were from New York, and they showed me pictures of their beaches, and I was like, I didn't even know they had beaches in New York. Did not quite look like what I would call a beach, but yeah, you got them. Actually, Glenn, I just need a wife who dyes her hair, and my wife loves dyeing her hair, so she changes it up all the time. Sometimes I got a blonde, sometimes I got a brunette, sometimes it doesn't matter, so it's easy to change her hair color. She actually does. She's done green before, she's done pink, she's done a lot of different colors. It's nice seeing a change too. I'm all for it. I'm one of those people that says, like, you never tell a woman what to do with their hair. Like, you let them just do what they want to do, and it's fun and exciting. They like to change it up. It's fun. It's different. I like it. Yes, Derek, it is. The VIX is showing at 17 right now. It's broken past that 16 level. Let me click on it real quick here. I know what's being reported right now is not current, by the way. This is, at least what I'm about to show you is not current. Yeah, the VIX is showing up from the numbers that are being reported right now that you're seeing is from last week, but I am seeing VIX showing as down. Or heading down, so it's not. It's probably underneath 17 now, but it is definitely heading that way. On the 1 hour chart here, this is where I suggested that somewhere in this box that we would be breaking 16 again, and the jump up that we got last week definitely put us above 16, and then we dropped down below, and then immediately rose back above 16 again. I don't know if this is going to be, we've got some time here on this time Fibonacci retracement that I have. We have some time before we should see a difference in trend, meaning it could continue up even further, which if that's the case, then we should see the market heading down. That should be the same thing with the U.S. dollar. As the U.S. dollar rises, so should the market go down. So, I'm talking weird right now because I just noticed there might be an ascending parallel channel here. Yep, pretty much. We'll get rid of my other line. Ugh. Which this should at some point break to the bottom side, as this is a bearish signal on the US dollar. But as it stands right now, it's still traveling up this ascending parallel channel. Only got really 2 good touch points on the bottom side, but that should be okay with multiple touch points on the top. So as long as this trends upwards, we should see the market go down. Oil is going up, though. Oil is going up. I would expect oil to follow the market. Nosa says, a few years ago, I've been working for a while in Saudi Arabia during summertime. Max I've experienced was 53C. Hold on a second. 127.4. Oof. That is nasty. 10 degrees cooler, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is so much better. 117. Yeah, you would be surprised. 10 degrees is all it takes to make the difference between death and not death. It wasn't your fault. We were going to miss. We weren't going to miss the chance to meet you guys. Just wish we could have hung out longer. By the way, wife's name is Leslie. Although you'll forget it again in 5 minutes. Hey, I remembered Luke's name though. It was, but only because Luke Skywalker. How can you forget that? But yeah, I might forget her name again. I apologize if I do. But it was a pleasure meeting you, and yeah, I wish we could have hung out longer. But I'm glad we were able to hook up at least. Roseanne, good morning to you. Is Casey circling or is it me? It might be you. I'm showing okay bandwidth right now. So I don't think it's me. It could be. I did not know this. Apparently I don't travel enough to know these kind of things, but I'm gonna warn you guys in case you ever encounter this. If you're planning on checking in late to a hotel that you have a reservation for, they don't care what time you get there. Even if their lobby is open 24/7. They don't care what time you're going to get there. They cancel your reservation at midnight, regardless if even if you're just going to sleep there for 2 hours. They will cancel your reservation at midnight if you don't call them. So if your plane flight's going to correspond or be around that time, make sure you call beforehand and let them know that you're going to be late. Oh boy. So we arrive in Fort Lauderdale at 11:30 p.m. By the time we check out it ended up being a truck. We thought we were getting a Toyota Camry, ended up getting a Dodge Ram 1500, free upgrade. Long story. So we get on the road, we start driving. It's a 2.5 drive to Casey Keys Resort, which is where we're heading to. And I told Melissa, I was like, I should probably call him and let him know that we're going to be a little late. And she's like, "No, you said it was 24/7 on the lobby. Don't worry about it. We'll get there when we get there. It's not like they're gonna rent it out to somebody else at this time of the night." So I was like, "All right." So we start driving, and we get there after getting to the wrong place first. Thank you, Waze. And then when we get there, they were like, "No, we canceled your reservation." And I'm like, "Wait. What do you mean?" And they're like, "Well, we called you." So I look at my phone, and at 9:47 p.m., they had called me to verify that I was coming. I was on a plane. So I didn't get the phone call. And it didn't show up on my phone, and I was going through all the stuff at the car rental place that I never even checked my phone to see what was going on with it at all. And so they had called and then just went ahead and canceled me at midnight. So when I got there, they're like, "Yeah, we canceled you." And I'm like, "Well, you didn't rent the room out, so just let me have it." They're like, "We can't do that. We canceled you out already." And I'm like, "Well, that's dumb." And I'm like, how do we fix this? And they're like, "Well, you got to pay for the room again." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "What in the world?" I'm like, "This is ridiculous." So I paid for it again. I paid a second time. And in the morning I went back to the front desk and I was like, there's got to be a way we can we can resolve this. There's no way that I'm paying 2 nights. I can't imagine I'm going to have to pay. And they were like, no, we're already looking into it. We're going to refund you one of the 2 days. Don't worry about it. You're not going to get charged twice for it. And I was like, okay, cool. So they're really nice. It's just that the night crew couldn't do anything about it at the time. And so the only thing they could do to get me into a room was get me to charge it to me. So it was so frustrating. I told her, I showed her my phone. I was like, look, my flight got in at 11:30 and checked out my car. I got out by midnight. We drove for I got to Casey Keys Resort at about 3 in the morning. So I'm literally renting the room from him from basically 3 until 10. She was really nice. She said, you know what, I'll let you normal checkout times 10. I'll put you in for an extra hour, no charge. And you could check out at 11. We ended up checking out just a little after 10 anyways, but man, just so you guys know, make sure you call if you're going to be late to your hotel. Call and let them know that you're going to be there, but that you can't help the fact that you're going to be there late. What I thought was really weird is that I'd already paid for the room. I'm like, how do you cancel a room as a no-show on somebody who already paid? That doesn't make any sense to me. Regardless of if they show up or not, you can't, it doesn't seem right to me that you would cancel somebody's room just because of the fact that they didn't show up by some specific time. Midnight. But apparently that's how it is everywhere, because I actually checked with our next hotel and they're like, yep, midnight, you don't show up, we put you down as a no-show. And it's like, man, how does that work? So make those phone calls. Yes, hell yeah, that's about right. After the consolidation and shares outstanding should only be 150 million, rated thereabouts. Yeah, it also kind of depends a little bit upon what the judge decides on in regards to the settlement as well. But in that range, in the neighborhood of 150, sounds about right. Mega Johnny says the system usually doesn't let them charge unless you check in. Well, I bought it through Priceline. So Priceline already took my money. and then the hotel was like, Priceline took my money. The hotel was like, they didn't show up. We're not giving a refund. so they were going to collect from Priceline. Priceline didn't care. They're just a middle person. But that's the lesson learned there. Definitely got to make sure you call. Morning, hon. Hi. How you feeling? Fine. Okay. All right, I'm going to, Roseanne's like, she's going to refresh and then I'm going to be on break. Let me put up a message real quick here. Oh, here's another question for you guys that live in Florida. This is my 3rd time I've ever been to Florida. The other 2 times I always went to Orlando. You can obviously figure out why Orlando specifically. But the question, and this is the first time I've ever been to someplace, I guess, south of Orlando, so Fort Lauderdale and Sarasota area. My question to you is this: what is up with the congestion that you get when you get there? Why is it just the humidity that causes the congestion, or is it the swamp coolers in the rooms? Because I know that every time I've ever gone, I've always gotten that. That kind of feeling of where you're sick, but you're not sick. and you get this like throat congestion stuff going on. Melissa got it, and I got it both when we went this time, and but it cleared up. The weird part was that as soon as we got onto the airplane to leave, and they started getting the circulation going in the airplane, instantly my mind cleared right up, like almost instantly. I was like, I can breathe again. So I'm just kind of curious. Like I don't. It doesn't clear me out. It's like it could be allergies. Wow, I never would have. I guess maybe that's what it is then. I guess I just never considered. I mean, you guys have such breezy, kind of nice breezy areas and stuff that I guess I just always kind of figured it. I didn't think it was a pollen issue. Interesting. I had I didn't know you guys suffered from pollen. Interesting. I figured it would be something that we would get used to after a while. Yeah. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. I'm gonna put up my message right now. Oh, 8:15. All right, guys. I'm gonna head to break here, and you guys are like, you can't keep taking breaks on us. I'm gonna head to break, and I will see you guys back at 8:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. Tammy says, Casey, every area has its own pollen, different than what your system is used to. Yeah, I guess with the breeziness though in Florida, I guess I just never I assumed that maybe pollen wouldn't be an issue. For example, like San Diego. I feel there's quite there can be trees in areas that you live in San Diego, and for the most part, nobody really ever has too many allergies in San Diego. I shouldn't say always, but most people don't have allergies in San Diego because of the ocean breeze that comes rolling through. Always kind of takes care and filters that all out, and nobody has any problems. So I just kind of assumed, I guess, that Florida would be kind of similar. Did not know that's what that was. Next time, I will take some allergy medicine with me. I did not know that. Roaster Guy, I did. Thank you very much. All right, let me put on some music for you guys, and I'm going to take a break. I will see you guys 15 minutes before market open, and we'll do price predictions. Let's see. All right. Alrighty, I'm back, and I'm just trying to look and see here. I feel on my price predictions for the day today, which I haven't done any yet. I'm kind of there's conflicting things kind of going on right now on AMC. So we've got on a 1 hour chart here, we've got a future grain cloud showing up going into tomorrow, which means that price could be moving down to the bottom side of this cloud, which would put us in the $4.80 range. And you can see right upon market open this morning here, they're trying to test this baseline. And oftentimes when you see price hitting baseline like this, that is the first sign of seeing price downwards momentum. We do have the lagging line about ready to hit the price line, which is another signal that would cause perhaps maybe less buying pressure, or perhaps maybe a little bit of a sell-off from maybe short-term investors occurring. If that were the case, then we might see this price kind of move down and finish out the day maybe around the base or close to underneath the base around 490. The question is what is the rest of the market going to do for the day today? And as it stands right now, I'm looking at the futures. The VIX is showing down 2.44%, and we've got most of the markets are showing up anywhere from 0.34 to 0.6. This is going to be a difficult one for me to guess. But I'm going to throw up the combined price of AMC and Ape over here real fast. And do note that with this, it's a very obvious, to me, it's a very obvious ascending parallel channel, which should get a breakout to the downside here eventually when it does break through. And I would suspect that we'll find some support around 667 or perhaps maybe this lower level of resistance, support that you see on this bottom side down here. One of those two lines should hold up in there. But I am expecting to see a little bit of a drop in total overall value of AMC and Ape combined. If some of that value drop is going to come out of AMC, then it would make sense to me that we would be starting to head towards the green cloud for the day. So maybe seeing a close around 494 or perhaps 493 as a strong possibility, leading into tomorrow for a bigger drop in price down to the mid 480s. So I'm going to guess maybe just a sideways trading day compared to where we closed at last week at 493. Let me write that down real quick here. 493 is a possible price prediction for AMC. Like I said earlier this morning, 509 is what we need to see in order for us, 509 and maintaining or sustaining 509 in order to see continued price movement upwards is what we need to see on AMC. On Ape here, we have a little bit of green cloud ahead of us, and you can see price has already jumped up to about 1.8, which is just slightly back above the cloud. That may only be temporary, and I do feel like there's going to be like a 180 close for the day, maybe 181. There's a possibility for 181 price close. And I'm gonna go with a 181 close for the day today on Ape. $674 is the combined price that I'm coming up with. I'll take you guys back. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't have you guys on the right page there. I apologize for that. If the market's going to be up, I'm inclined to believe that there's a chance that we may see AMC close a little bit higher than the 493, which is where we're at currently. Or I'm sorry, 497 that we're at currently. There's a chance that we see like a 501, 502 close, like a small increase in price. But I'm kind of targeting the 493 just because I feel like there's some indicators in there that are signaling a little bit of a reduced buying pressure. Yeah. So we might see price just slide just a little bit. Let me get rid of this message. Let's see. Let's see if we've got Apex come in with this price prediction for the day. I don't see his price prediction just yet. He may have put it in earlier. I do have, well, actually, hold on a second here. 674. So I'm going 524 to 824. Einstein gave me his prediction earlier this morning. He sent me a price prediction of 523 to 823. So he's 1 cent off of my numbers. Let me send a message real quick here to Apex just in case. I may have missed his message earlier. I'm going through the messages right now to see if he posted something in. I don't see anything. Let me send him a quick message. Wait. Looks like maybe he sent me a message. It looks like I got a message at maybe like 8:14 this morning. He says he's busy, but he's going to go 5:30 to 8:30. I mean, I can't tell if that's this morning or not. Yeah, that was this morning. So he's going 5:30 to 8:30 on his price prediction. So we're all really, really, really close here on our numbers. I would expect, I think historically speaking, more often than not, it seems, and it may be a really close tie, but more often than not, what we end up typically seeing is we see price running up a little bit before earnings reports, and then price moving downwards after. Or maybe now I'm starting to question if I'm saying it the right way. Maybe it was moving down beforehand and then running upwards. I've always seen improvement on the earning reports, and price usually does the opposite of what you would expect it to do. So if you see, positive numbers, moving in the right direction, and we go down in price, I think the usual trend is we see a little bit of upwards momentum beginning into the like the week before going into the earnings report, and then right as earning reports released, we start seeing price move down, which is the exact opposite of what you would expect. Doug says that's the same with every stock, run up to earnings report and then dump. Yeah, it's typical, right? Like that's how institutions make money. They buy early, and then they sell. They dump and sell into a lot of people buying, expecting price to move upwards. So pretty typical stuff. All right.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
I know where you stand, silent in the trees, and that's where I am, silent in the trees. Why won't you speak where I happen to be? Silent in the trees, standing cowardly. I can feel your breath. I can feel my death. I want to know you. I want to see. I want to say hello.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where I like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is Earnings Week. Time for a change to the menu. That is right. I do expect to see a positive earnings report going into this quarter, and that will be a change to the menu. There was a sub reason why I put there needs to be a time for the change in the menu, and it's that when I was in Florida, 3 of the 4 major meals that we ate while we were there, the menu was exactly the same thing every time. I love you, Florida. You're beautiful. And I love the food. I didn't even have any problem with the food that I ate there. It was actually really decent. It's just that there is like no variety in the food menus over there in Florida. It's like they know what everybody likes, and they all carry the same thing. Shrimp tacos. It's all shrimp tacos. And so for the fourth major meal that we had while we were there, we ended up just going to Olive Garden. So, but anyways, we had a good time, and it was very resting and relaxing. I've got some pictures I'll share with you guys a little bit later today. Some of the beaches were just amazing. Both of the 2 beaches. Both. We went to I always get the name wrong. Hold on a second here. Nokomis Beach was the first one. And that one the sand was a little bit more rough because it's all ground up shells. And so the sand was just kind of had some rough areas. But shells everywhere. Like if you like picking up shells with the family or the kids or anything like that, or you and your wife like picking up shells, amazing shells out there to go pick up. It was just an absolutely beautiful beach. I liked it. It was amazing. Melissa, the only problem she didn't like was that there wasn't like this like crashing wave sound constantly, because it was just kind of real calm the day that we went. The next day we went to Siesta Beach, and that was an amazing beach, guys. Had better waves, and the sand there was just as soft as can possibly be. This nice white sandy beach everywhere, as far as I could see. It felt like it was a 1/4-mile walk across a sandy beach to get to where we wanted to sit down and park our butts for the day. But it was just absolutely amazing, and had a great time. And now I get to come back and see AMC doing what it's doing right now, which is up 4.77% for the data so far today, which is great. Some of you guys may be wondering why, who's selling Ape and why is it going down? It's down 1.15% right now. Ape is kind of counterbalanced to AMC, and the reason for it being is that when you start talking about things like market cap, which is the total valuation of the company. It's simply it's the outstanding amount of shares times the price. And so when you come up with market cap, if one of the two prices is going to start running in one direction, then the other one's got to do the counterbalance opposite of that. Because if institutions have priced in, a certain price for market cap for their positions that they're holding, they're going to try and maintain that. And so that's why you're going to see a counterbalance in price movement going the other direction for one. It's not that somebody's selling off their positions. It's just that they're moving the price around to kind of reflect the same kind of market cap. So if it's down 2% on Ape, then I would expect it to be up on about 4% on AMC. Now, every once in a while, AMC and Ape will move in the same directions. And when it does, then you know that that's just an institutional rebalancing of total share value. So in this particular case, we're seeing one running one direction, one not running in the same direction. And I just, to me, that's just it's a counterbalance to make sure that the market cap stays the same. David, thank you very much. I'm happy we went out there too, because it was nice. Tom, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. The hardest things in life become easy once you get used to it, like this beatdown we have been experiencing. We are used to it and not going anywhere. We are the tip of the spear. Why are the stocks acting like the settlement was rejected again? I really don't see it as that. There may be some pressure to buy AMC shares right now, and so you're just seeing that pressure on AMC price probably running up a little bit, and then you're also seeing the opposite side of that happening on Ape, the counterbalance. I mean, the day's not over yet. Once the day is over, we'll see if these numbers manage to stick or hold. Very oftentimes, what we see in the beginning portion of the day doesn't end up reflecting what the total day looks like. Our volume movement, however, on the other hand, is pretty significant. We've got 4.5 million shares in volume so far on AMC for the morning, while Ape is sitting at 1.44 million shares. The volume on AMC is actually significantly higher than I would have anticipated by this time of the day based on the pre-market volume numbers that we saw. Censor Content says, that's a cool story, brother. I could have done it in one word, rigged. Yeah. CPR says, I'm a crypto trader. This is normal to me. Counterparty Risk, you changed your name back to Counterparty Risk instead of CPR. It's going to take me some time to get used to it, but I'll figure it out. As it stands right now, the VIX is down 2.05% at 16.75. Let's take a look at. We've got SPY up 0.3, 9.4 range. We also have, the DXY is pretty much breaking even, which is the U.S. dollar, while oil is down 1.93%. DJ says our Ape share is buyable now. I have not heard of them not being available to buy at any point. I have heard some people say that they've had a hard or difficult time buying Ape shares, perhaps through their broker, but I've never heard that it's been, that there's been no option to buy Ape shares. It may just be the broker specifically that you're with. Preacher, you're welcome, man. Steven says, same company, but AMC and Ape trade against each other. Yep, makes total sense. It's more about market price, right? If an institution says, not just one, but if institutions across the board are valuating AMC as a company as a whole as a certain value, right? If there's additional buying pressure that occurs on AMC, the counterbalance to that's going to be with taking Ape price down. That's how they can kind of manage the total valuation. So even though there may be buying pressure occurring on one side of the, let's call it a scale, even though there's one side of the scale that's receiving more buying pressure than the other, in order to balance that scale out so that price or that targeted market valuation is achieved is by doing the counterbalance to the other side of that. Which is to drop the price, right? If AMC is going to rise, Ape's going to go down, unless they change the valuation of what it is that they see as AMC's total market value. If they increase that as a number, then what you're going to see is their algorithms going in and buying both AMC and Ape, and you'll see price rising on both of them, or even the opposite of that. If they devalue the price, the total market value of AMC, then you'll see AMC and Ape's total price going down together. But I think with low volume, Glenn's saying that the obvious answer is Antera is still unloading. When you have low volume, that is not indicative of somebody who's selling a position. Usually, and the buying side of that would, if that were to occur, you would tend to see large volume, not low volume. So I don't think I would agree with that necessarily. And the other portion to that, the other way that you can kind of look at it to see if it makes sense, is also you can look at the order book as well. And actually, the order book in this particular instance, I would agree with you that it does look like there is some dumping of shares going on by somebody, as the order book is absolutely just massively stacked right now with tons and tons of shares. So there could be some share sell-off going on right now, because that is definitely in agreement. However, the problem is that there's only 1.93 million in volume so far for the day today. And that doesn't necessarily suggest that there's a lot of activity. So while the shares may be on the order books, they're not necessarily being transacted. So I'm not really seeing that being the case. You need to have an order book that's really, really full plus high volume. And if that's happening, if you're seeing a really big order book and high volume, then you know somebody's selling off a position. And I'm not seeing both of those in conjunction right now. We're only at 1.94 million after 20 minutes of trading. Let's see what kind of pace that is. Of course, it's going to be really high to start off the day, but let's assume that that's our pace. Let's see. We'd be looking at like a 38 million share trade a day. Of course, that's going to drop throughout the day. Yeah, it could be. It could be. I mean, that is a little elevated volume, because I would expect that to maybe come in under 20 by the end of the day, because it's not going to remain this. It's not going to remain this high going into the rest of the day. It's going to drop some. It's possible. Well, let's see. Let's give it a look on, see what the pace is here in about an hour and a half. In an hour and a half from now, we'll take a look at it, and actually an hour and 10 minutes. So by like 10 a.m. my time, when we go through the numbers the second time, if we're still on a really, really heavy pace, then I might tend to agree with you. Actually, Jim, he did tell us about that from the get-go. That was always the plan, was that there was going to be a conversion reverse split. That was the That was the known thing going into that, the whole ape thing. So we actually did know in advance that there was going to be a possible vote in the future of a conversion and reverse split. So, the idea that there was a surprise, it wasn't a surprise to me. I knew it was going to happen eventually. I just didn't know when. But some people weren't paying attention, and they didn't know what was happening. They didn't understand the dynamics behind why it was created or what was going to happen with it. So I understand that. There's a lot of people who are kind of confused. But it was never a mystery. It was never, ever, ever a mystery that we were going to eventually have to vote as to whether or not we wanted to reverse split and convert APE back into AMC. Currently, APE is down 1.54% at $1.76.3, and AMC is up 3.45 at $5.10. We got about 7 more minutes here before I take a look at the numbers. I kind of want to cover real quickly here. Last week, some of the major market indicators that we had going on. Some of the economic reports here we had, I was here until Wednesday. We got the ADP employment numbers that came in. ADP employment was expecting a drop from 455,000 jobs to 175,000 jobs. So they were expecting a big drop in the amount of increased jobs, and it actually only dropped to 324, which is I think a sign of strength compared to what they were expecting. But then on Thursday, we had initial jobless claims come in, which was up. And I told you guys a couple weeks ago that that's the one thing that's keeping us from calling this stagflation. And that it's seeing more jobless claims. When we start seeing more unemployment, then we know that we've kind of moved out of inflation to stagflation. So initial jobless claims went from 221,000 to 227. That's actually what they were expecting it to be. So they were only up 6,000. So I mean, it's not really it's not a big, huge jump. I think that was probably kind of a mild jump, to be honest. And so I'm not really seeing anything crazy about that. Let's see here. Other numbers that reported. U.S. unemployment rate dropped from 3.6 to 3.5. But remember, it's better to watch the initial jobless claims than it is the unemployment rate, because people may fall off the unemployment benefits ability to be able to collect benefits. But it's the initial jobless claims that you want to be watching to see if it's rising. If initial jobless claims start rising, then obviously eventually that U.S. unemployment rate's going to start rising as well. U.S. hourly wages went from 0.4% up and remained the same. They were expecting a drop, so that's actually not a bad thing. The averages got to stay the same, so that's good. We didn't see a decrease there. This week, we have a couple of different things going on. We have consumer credit is going to be reporting, and man, what a jump in the month of June. Previously, it was reported at $7.3 billion in consumer credit, and the median forecast for this next reported amount is up to $11 billion. So consumer credit is going to be jumping here, and a lot of people have been going like, how in the world is it that we're seeing the economy? How are consumers still buying if inflation is truly this bad and jobs are not doing well? How are people still and gas prices are rising? How can people manage to afford it? And the answer is that they can't. They can't afford it, and so you're seeing consumer credit rising. It's almost doubling from 7.3 billion to 11 billion in the month. And now that's the estimates. We don't have the actual numbers yet, which come in at 3 p.m. later today. Eastern Standard Time. So we might see them here. Well, I might be able to read them off to you around 2 my time. Other things that we've got showing up for the day, we have U.S. trade balance showing up, U.S. wholesale and inventories. You want to see inventories decreasing. If they're increasing, that's bad. That's that's for Tuesday. Those two things that I just read off to you, the U.S. trade balance and U.S. wholesale inventories, are tomorrow. Wednesday, we don't really have anything. Initial jobless claims for this week are reported on Thursday. They are expecting another rise from 227 to 231,000. Not that much. CPI gets released on the 10th, and then PPI is on Friday, the 11th. Treasury budget. They're expecting an improvement on the Treasury budget from 211 billion to 95 billion. We'll see. We'll see if that what ends up happening on that. That's Thursday. We get those numbers, so we shall see. Jim says record debt levels on all fronts: credit cards, student loans, car loans, home loans. I got a page for this that I keep kind of handy. Let me pull it up here. I don't know how. Let me see if it says what the current. Come on, refresh. There we go. This is the chart I like looking at right here. And percent of balance 90 plus days delinquent. Delinquencies is oftentimes a sign of unhealthy credit numbers that are starting to kind of pop up. This is last revised for Q1 2023. And you can see these J hooks starting to appear on almost every front, as mentioned just a second ago. Credit card debt starting to take that hook upwards. Other debt is hooking upwards. Auto loans are starting to hook upwards. The only ones that are not hooking upwards are student loans and home equity line of credits. Obviously, nobody wants to open up new equity line of credit with these kind of interest rates. I expect the student loans to start driving back up and hooking back upwards on the next reporting, which is supposed to be, does it say on here when it reports next? I don't see it. Maybe in August, sometime this month, I would imagine. And we'll see how these numbers turn here. But I am expecting to see the student loan hooking back upwards, since people who thought they were going to be off the hook on those were no longer off the hook. And then mortgage numbers are probably not hooking upwards as well, because everybody wants to stay in their current nice low 2-3% interest rates instead of taking on some of these higher interest rates that we're currently seeing. So seeing just the hooks on credit card, other, and auto loans is expected. Counterparty risk says 68% of Americans can't come up with $400 in case of an emergency. Credit card is used. Yeah, and then they end up, paying way more than they should have, more than likely. Ariel says the banks are simply not letting people have loans or mortgages. This is just like watching a train wreck in slow motion. Casey looking to see more student hooking in the future. I didn't think of it that way, but you might be right about that. Corey Jones says, what the hell's going on in the market today? Why is my entire portfolio super red? Well, I mean, the only things that I see green right now on my list over here is 2 movie theater chains, one Cinemark, one AMC, and then Vanguard's ETF that has the largest amount of holding of AMC shares is VBR, and it's up 0.07% for the day. So it's looking like we're not having a very strong day in the market as of right now, although SPY is up 0.31. So if the SPY is up, but there's a lot of red on the table, then usually it's your blue caps that are running the market. And what I would say is that usually is a sign that there's a circling of the wagons by institutions to protect their assets that they have in their long-held positions in companies that they think are good companies to invest into. So that's likely what's happening is you're probably seeing a lot of red across the board. But I'm even seeing like Tesla and Amazon are even down right now. So Amazon's almost breaking even compared to Tesla being down 2.85%. But let's take a look at the numbers. It's time, and we'll see if we can't figure out where money's moving to. Taking you guys over to the other page here, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. For those of you who are wondering if I got a sunburn this weekend, I did not. I was sunburn free. And as a result, it's because I use protection. Sunscreen. You should use protection as well. Two-factor authentication is not a bad thing and could potentially help you keep somebody from getting into your account in the future. When you do decide to set that up for your account, if your broker allows you to have a secondary device, again, another added level of protection that you can add is having another device set up so that you can receive that access code. Also, if you don't have a statement for your portfolio through your broker or brokers, you need to do it now. Now is you should have done it a while ago, but now is the time to do it. Get one, have it on your own records, in your own holding of your own records, because there may come a day where your broker might accidentally report your position as being something different than what it is that you expected it to be. So have that proof, that evidence, so that you can hold them responsible for what it is that they're supposed to be holding for you. Take that upon yourself. That's your job. Your job is to manage your money. Their job is to manage your money, but they might not necessarily do it correctly. So make sure you do your job. Manage your money. Give me just a second here while I move a couple screens around, and we will move into numbers. That. Alrighty. Starting with the top left-hand side. Price predictions are in for the day today. Congratulations to Einstein for winning the whizzing the week last week and winning it as well. With the tiebreaker being on Wednesday, he got the price closest to the closing price, so he got the extra bonus point for the week. Going into this week, price prediction. Remember, this is not financial advice. This is just simply 4 apes trying to figure out where we think price is going to close within a $3 range combined between AMC and Ape. I've got 524 to 824. Eric has 6 to 9. Apex has 530 to 830, and Einstein has 523 to 823. There's like between Apex, myself, and Einstein, there's less than a 7-cent spread between us. So not a whole lot of disagreement on where price is moving to for the day. Taking a look at short exempt volume, AMC was up 213.2 thousand shares in short exempt volume on Friday. Ape was up 12.9 thousand shares. Utilization 81.57% for AMC, which was a little bit down. Ape was up or down rather to 92.13 after having been around 96%. The everyday price increase on Friday, AMC was up 0.41% and Ape was up 0.56. Max pain for this for the day today is at $5, which is right down below me. Off exchange, By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Off exchange is at 61.1%, EDGX at 9.04. The combined total 70.14%. That's about 16.14% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume for the day today is at 158 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. A lot of price suppression going on through those exchanges. Lots and lots. Off exchange for Ape. 50.78% going through off exchange. EDGX is 5.17. The combined total is 55.95%, or about 1.95% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 0. GME's CHX volume for the day is at 0.21 with a 30-day average of 0.19. So it's definitely elevated as of right now, but it's only 475 shares because they have low volume. Taking a look at institutional ownership. As of this morning, there was 143.696 million shares owned by institutions. And currently it's reporting the same number, so no change. That's about 2.2 million shares more in ownership by institutions this week than there was last week. So for anybody who's wondering, if institutions are buying or not, it does appear that we have long institutions starting to enter back into the play again, which is definitely what we need to see for price improvement. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today. Coming in at a $5 strike for the morning. That's where we were last week on Wednesday when I started out the day. And there's 8.2 thousand contracts so far. It's quite elevated. I only would expect to see about 3.5-ish. And so that's quite elevated. On the put side of things, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. That's where it was last week. There's 12.6 thousand contracts so far. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $5 by the end of the week. Combined, the price of AMC and Ape is at $6.85. You can see right out the get-go this morning here, we tried to break outside the top side of this ascending parallel channel. We didn't make it much higher than where we've been from the past. I'm actually thinking about moving this up now just a hair here because it looks like we've got enough data points now to suggest that this might be a little bit wider than what I had initially thought on this ascending parallel channel. Ultimately, though, price should be breaking out of this in a downwards move, as this is a bearish signal that's showing. Oftentimes it happens where there's a level of key level of support and resistance that occurs, and we've had that right around $6.84. And right now we're kind of consolidating around that 684. So if we continue that consolidation throughout the day, and then we start to hit this box right here towards, I guess, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, we may see price start to drop a little bit and maybe break out of this. When it does break down out of this, guys, I don't expect to see it drop too far. I'm expecting maybe like a 667 level support that we might find. Obviously, the less it drops out of this ascending parallel channel, the better. It shows bullishness. Let's take a look at Vortex. So far for the day today on AMC, we have about 89,000 shares having been borrowed. It's not a whole lot. It's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float. Some of you guys may have noticed over the weekend that AMC was only reporting like a 10%. Some people were posting pictures of a 10% short share interest of the free float. The reason for that being is that they changed the amount of shares that were used for the calculation to 1.51 billion, which would be the total amount of shares after a conversion with Ape. They have since corrected that, so we're back up to that 30.12% right now. We broke 30. Let's see here. Cost of borrow mins at 353. Give me a second. Average is around 359.75 and max is 380.33%. For the day today, utilization day over day did slightly, I think it was decreased. Yeah, decreased. And we went from 82.1% utilization to 81.57. On loan amount slightly increasing, which means that the amount of shares reported available to borrow decreased, or increased rather, sorry. 192.98 million shares were on loan last week. Reported this morning is 193.48 million. That's 500,000 new shares on loan for the day. That's going to drive up the estimated short share interest of the free float from 30.07% to 30.1%. And the on loan average age per day is rising from 131.06 to 131.57. Security lending volume slightly decreasing from 6.54 million to 6.38 million. Taking a look at APE this morning, so far for the day today, we have had 1.56 million shares borrowed. It's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 10.7%. Cost to borrow mins at 0.77, average is 3.42, and max is 5.47. Utilization day over day dropping a little bit. We saw utilization go from 96.7% to 92.13%. On loan amount, it did decrease as well from 80.57 to 79.46 million. That's about 1.11 million shares less on loan day over day. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 10.68 to 10.63. And the on loan average age per day did reach a bottom, finally. Had multiple days of rising numbers here. We went from 12.87 days to 13.59. I think this has signaled for a large price increase incoming based on the standards that I've seen from the past. No later than the 17th of August. That would be 15 trading days after, unless there's a holiday in there somewhere. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, APE, and GME. Let's see what we got going on here. AMC made the top 30 list, and we have a 50.21% buy to 49.79% sell ratio. I do not see GME or APE on the list. SSR trips today at $4.44. APE at 1.611. Shares available to borrow showing up as 1,000 shares. We did have 75,000 shares available to borrow earlier this morning. All those shares got borrowed out eventually, and they've now returned 1,000 shares. Also, the ETFs were borrowed and then also returned as well. Fees are currently at 220%. That is up from 210.6% from earlier. I only do increments of 50,000 shares at a time, so I'm only going to put down 50 for borrowed amount so far for the day reported on here. This morning we have 129.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 38.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 276.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 33.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.18, Dow Jones is up 0.91, and the S&P 500 is up 0.61. But notice that we have 3,000, almost 100 decliners to 2,962 advancers. The market's pretty balanced right now but seeing some big gains, which could mean that there's some blue chips that are thriving, more than likely. But it could also be some mid caps as well. We are just slightly more on the declining side, though. Big bank movers for the day. We've got plus or minus 2.75% or greater. FRC is down 9.17. That might be, see, Coinbase is down 3.12. And those are the biggest movers. There's definitely more green on the banks than there is red. But some of the problem banks that are on the top of my list here are the red ones. Ethereum Classic is down 0.5% and getting really, really close to the bottom side of this wedge that I've got going on here. We may see a breakout to the bottom side of this wedge. The US dollar is currently showing up 0.12%, but falling, and it is traveling in a ascending parallel channel. If the US dollar breaks down below this and starts to fall, we may see the market heading up. Oil is down 2.78% for the day today. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.09 to 0.15, and but it looks like they're for the most. It looks like Vanguard's is consolidating, but maybe BlackRock's mortgage-backed securities are kind of falling in price a little bit. SPY is up 0.55% for the day today, but overall, it really kind of looks like it's on an uptrend. Overall, for the day. VIX is down 1.11 and opened up at 1710. It's currently showing at 1710. Let me refresh this and see if why it's not updating. Showing at 1710, it's actually being reported as 16.92. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Right at market open though, today we saw a high of 17.39. VBR is up 0.45 and consolidating. VB is up 0.17 consolidating. Tesla is down 1.85 on a downtrend. Amazon is up 0.21 on a downtrend. Cinemark is up 2.97 and trending up. Doge is down 0.65 and consolidating after a downtrend. Bitcoin is down 0.18 consolidating. GME is down 1.48 and as of right now consolidating after a downtrend. NCMI is down 5.66 on a downtrend. Hood is down 0.4 consolidating after a downtrend. Ape is down 1.53% and consolidating. And AMC is up 3.55% and consolidating after an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, there's approximately $1.1 million more inflow than outflow. 7.39 million shares traded so far, which is exceptionally higher than what I would have anticipated. But let's see what kind of pace we're on here. After 50 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 57.64 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. This could drastically fall before the day is over to meet that 30 million suggested amount. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 61.93, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.59, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 72.38, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.71, which is that's above average. On Ape, there is currently $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.47 million shares traded so far after 51 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 18.88 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That volume that we were seeing early on in the beginning of the market open is kind of diminished into nothing. And if we end up closing out the day close to what we normally do, around like 10 million shares traded for the day or less, I think there's a very, I would not suggest that what we were seeing earlier this morning was a sell-off by institutions of any kind. I think this is more or less just trying to keep market price or market cap value, fair market value of the company aligned with what they're targeting more than anything. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 41.49, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.07, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.17, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 35.51, which is below average. On a 1-hour Ichimoto, not going the direction I thought it was going to go. I was expecting to see a little bit of upwards momentum on Ape to break above the red cloud, but we got the immediate downwards momentum. There's a very strong possibility that I think this is going to recover some of its value before the day is over and wind up back closer to the 180 range on price. But lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. This is not a buying signal right now, and price would have needed to stay above 185 on this chart in order for this to be a big buy signal. On a 4-hour chart, same kind of thing. We've now entered into the green cloud here. Conversions below base, lagging lines below price line. This is a period of uncertainty where you're basically supposed to avoid the stock at all costs, and essentially that's what I think that you're seeing have happen right now as institutions really just want to kind of keep the price counterbalanced to AMC's price as seen by this order book where they're really just making everything just not flow. It's just all sitting there with just parked orders and just not moving. And they're only moving when they want to keep price counterbalanced to AMC's price movement. Taking a look at AMC by the way, on the 4-hour chart there on Ape, we would need to see 187 or higher for this to turn into a buy signal. On Ape, on a 1-hour chart, we've got price moving up pretty quickly here. We have lagging line above price line, conversion above base. The two numbers that I gave you guys for the day-to-day for the 1-hour and 4-hour charts was 509 or higher, and maintaining that would cause a strong buy signal. On a 4-hour chart, we've got price starting to move up towards this red cloud here. This is where the 650 value needs to hit for the day-to-day. $6.50 would be the breaking through the red cloud here and would cause probably a really massive buy signal. Lagging line is above price line, conversion is above base. It is currently a buy signal. Let me get my Bollinger Bands back up. Hitting those Bollinger Bands pretty hard on this and also printing a TD9 usually means price is going to come back down and settle on that simple moving average, which is continuously moving upwards here. Ape is surprisingly not moving down to match Ape's or AMC's. Ape is not moving down to match AMC's price moving upwards right now, which is good. I like the fact because that means that we're adding total market value to AMC as a whole. Apex, good morning to you, sir. Sweet. Thank you for sending me the message on that 5:30 to 8:30. It's really weird. I got that. I see that. Let me just show you what I got from my side. I really don't like the way they do this on Twitter. I'm just going to show you my DM. It literally shows just a time. And it's like, what am I supposed to, and then you've got, I've got another message from you previously, and you probably can see it on your screen from there. But I got a message from you from July 25th, doing with a price prediction on that day, and it's right above there. And so I can't tell if it's like is it 8:14 a.m. today? Was it the 25th? How do I know which one? It's just weird how it reported. But when I didn't see a date in here, I assumed that it meant that it was today's numbers. But I was just like, this is confusing. I wish they would just put the date in. So sorry for the clarification. I just wanted to make sure that was today's numbers. And thank you for sending those in, by the way. And good morning to you. Somebody was saying earlier, my voice sounds different. I don't know I know I got some congestion while I was in Florida. Melissa ended up getting sick. I'm not feeling sick. Excuse me. Not more than I usually am. I'm just a sick bastard. But no, I don't feel any. I don't feel any sickness. Oh, that's cool. I just noticed that. I'm gonna take you guys to the full page over here. I hadn't seen this before. On the order flow page of AMC, well, of any stock for the platform now, they have a position cost distribution and page now to which usually is easily accessible from the app, but I don't remember having seen this up here before. So it looks like they've got that in there now, and it's pretty cool. It's nice to see. And you can change the dates too to see where it's moving from and to. Very interesting. Anyways. My wife was saying my voice sounded different, or I don't understand. Cause she walked in the door and she said, "Why did you say your voice sounded different?" And I was like, "I don't think I said that." And then she's like, "No, you said your voice sounded different." And I was like, I don't remember. And then she's like, and then other people were saying it too. And I was like, I don't even know. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I was like, did I say that? I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't argue. Yes, okay. It must have happened. By the way, guys, I don't know if you noticed or not, but last week the same exact thing happened over here on the order book with Ape. At the exact same price at $1.87, there was 520 some odd thousand shares available to sell at $1.87. So $1.87 is a very significant price on which they do not want to see price run up above on Ape under any circumstances, as it may be very costly. 187 happens to be the number that I have written down on my page here for a 4-hour time interval on the Ichimoto cloud, to where that would be a signal for a strong buy. So 187 is obviously a key number. Matthew says, "I listen to you every day and you sound the same." Well, that's good. I mean, I might be a little congested from the trip, but not much. Oh, you said I'm talking weird. She assumed it was about your voice. I get it now. Oh, she was in the chat earlier? That's cool. Every once in a while, she just drops in. I never know when she does. She doesn't announce it. Sometimes she just shows up. Oh, apparently she's here right now. Or at least it's showing that she's here right now. Maybe she listens to me going to bed. I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense. She hears me talk enough. Why would she want to hear me more? Tom says, how was driving through Alligator Alley? Fine. Completely went fine. We did see cars stopped on the side of the road, and we didn't stop to help anybody. I will tell you, though, on our way leaving, we were driving a pickup truck, and we kept throwing our beach stuff into the back of the pickup truck, and we were like, if it gets stolen, it gets stolen. Who cares? We're just going to give it, to somebody or take it to Goodwill or something like that when we're done with it. We brought brand new stuff. We went to Goodwill to go pick up some used items, but they didn't really have any good choices, and it was probably just the Goodwill that we went to, and we didn't want to spend a whole bunch of time looking around. So we just went to Publix and bought some beach chairs and some a tent, or not a tent, but an umbrella. What else did we buy? We bought some other things too, but anyways. And when we were driving, we were leaving back, and we were heading towards what did you call it again? Alligator Highway. Yeah, Alligator Alley. We were heading back that direction. We hadn't gotten there just yet. We were getting close, and all of a sudden, I started seeing the noodles in the back of the truck because we were doing about 70 plus. And the noodles started flying in the back of the truck, and they were doing this thing where they kept flying up over the truck and then slapping right back down into the truck again. And I was like, "Oh crap, we got to pull over real quick and put those back in the back of the inside because they're gonna fly out." And I can only imagine the people that were driving behind me were probably playing one of those numbers where it was like they were expecting these things to come flying out at them, and they didn't know when it was going to happen. I felt bad. I felt bad for the people driving by. I was kind of wondering why people were keeping their distance behind me. Normally people would like to drive right up on your butt, but not when you got flying noodles. So I pulled over, and I didn't even think about it, but Melissa goes, "I'll just jump out real quick and just throw them in the inside." And then I was like, she jumps out, and then as soon as she's jumping out, she goes, "Alligators." I was like, "Oh my God, no!" So, she was just teasing though, and so she grabbed those real quick and threw them in the inside. But noodle incident is on YouTube. Get out of here! No, it's not. It was funny though because they kept flying up out over the top like they were gonna take off, and then just would, fly back down in. Albert says, my next Chinese restaurant will offer flying noodles. I don't know. Maybe it is. Somebody might have YouTubed it. Who knows? Let's see. Let me, I'll do a quick, brief search on YouTube and see. Well, I'm gonna look up noodle flying out of truck. Oh, jeez. It posts, the very first thing I see is this wild video shows tire shooting off truck on California highway, sending vehicle flying there. I've seen that video before. That is not what was happening. Yeah, I don't know. If somebody did post it, it's not showing. I don't know what to search for. Noodle flying. What do you get? What do you get when you search noodle flying on YouTube? It is not what you would expect. Yeah, definitely. It's nothing terrible. You're welcome to search it yourself. It's not bad. Noodle flying is a thing, apparently. Albert says, ooh, flying spaghetti monster. I might get millions of worshipers. Man, I remember the first time I heard about that, Albert, was in 2009, I want to say. And my coworker came into work and was joking around about, it was around 2000. It might have been a little bit before 2009. It could have been 2008. Came in to work joking about, how he's a part of this new religion called the flying spaghetti monster. Something about his goodness or something like that. I don't remember. His meatball goodness. He had the whole saying down and everything. I don't know. it was kind of stupid, but I understood where it was coming from or why they were doing it. But and then it started blowing up, and I started seeing the flying spaghetti monster on stickers, bumper stickers all over the place. It's amazing how fast that stuff can start trending. But yeah, no events occurred. Alligator Highway, Alligator Alley. We had plenty of gas. By the way, the rental car that I had signed up for was a Toyota Camry. I went through budget rental in order to get a vehicle, which it was the most smoothest process I have ever had in getting a rental car. I don't know what happened over budget rental, but it was hands down probably the easiest I've ever had for a time on getting a vehicle. The guy got me in, checked me in, got me my vehicle in probably less than like 2 minutes. Didn't ask me annoying questions, didn't try to pitch me anything. And originally they were going to give me, I think it was like a Ford Focus or something like that, and which was not anything because he said they didn't have what they were supposed to have. We walked outside and there was something falling underneath the passenger side front wheel, and it was about an inch away or less than an inch away from making contact with the tire. So I went back inside and I told him, I'm like, I can't take that car because it's got, he's like, is it drivable? And I was like, I wouldn't want to risk it. And, especially since I'm not taking you guys' insurance. And so he's like, no problem. I'll switch you out for another vehicle. So he types me in there and he goes, we're kind of short on vehicles right now. So I'm going to have to upgrade you to a Dodge Ram 1500. No extra charge. And he's like, is that acceptable? And I sat there and I thought about it. And I was like, I was looking for a Toyota Camry because I wanted good gas mileage. But I was like, it'll be nice having the bed of the truck to be able to just toss stuff into. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. That's good. If we decide whatever happened. And four-wheel drive is always a good thing, right? So I'm like, yeah, sure, let's do it. So that's the first time I've ever driven a Dodge Ram anything. Truck that size. And, man, I can appreciate a little bit more now. I think why people have a hard time maneuvering those things. The turning radius on that thing is horrific. Thorblade, good to be back. It's a good truck though. I liked it. I already said after my Dodge Challenger that I'm never buying a Dodge vehicle again without it being under warranty. And then I would sell it before the warranty was over because I would never, ever, ever own a Dodge vehicle again without a warranty. Just never. Won't do it. Too many problems. But I felt like it was a good opportunity to see what it's like to drive a bigger size truck. I've been thinking for a long time my next vehicle probably should be a Silverado. Just haven't gotten there yet. There were two sects of the flying spaghetti monster, the white sauce and the red sauce. Holy wars have devastated Hoboken over it. Really? That's interesting. I had no idea that it was that big of a deal. Walker says, agreed, man. I worked on Chrysler for about 8 years. I'll never own one. That's funny. Ooh, see, Matthew says, what about Tundra? Actually, that's what I would like to do. I'd like to do a Toyota Tundra, but my wife doesn't want, she wants me to get a Silverado. So I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards like, I mean, I would rather have a Tundra, honestly, but that's just because I'm a fan of Toyota. I've had a Toyota Tacoma for years, and it's a 19. Shoot, what year is that? 1996 Toyota Tacoma. I think it's 96. Yeah, 96 Toyota. No, wait. I can't remember if it's 96 or 98 now. It's that old. I think it's a 98. 1998 Toyota Tacoma. No, it's got to be a 6. I don't know. I got to go back and look. It's something like that. It's old. And it's still kicking. It's still running great. There's not a problem with it in the world. Thing's got like just under 200k miles and acts like it's it's a champ. Pyreborn says Ford is the undisputed king of trucks. The only thing I'll say to that, and I'm not trying to make fun, is that I know Ford to stand for fix or repair daily. So I don't know what that's all about. All I know is that when you have an acronym that says fix or repair daily, and people know that as the acronym, then I'm probably staying away from your vehicle. I'm just probably not going to get it. Roseanne says, I have a 2009 Honda Ridgeline, 337,000 miles. How in the world do you put 337,000 miles on a vehicle? That's insane. My vehicle is like at least 10 years older than my Toyota Tacoma, and I have, holy crap, I have like 140,000 less miles. How in the world do you drive? Wait, hold on a second here. Hold on a second. We got to math this out. Hold on. 14 years for your vehicle, right? 337. You're at 24,000 miles a year on average. I guess that's not too far off. I feel like there's some excessive driving going on there. A little bit, not too much. I mean, I think 22 is kind of like high end, but 24 is a little excessive, just a tiny excessive, very, very, very tiny. So my question to you is how many times did you take that across the U.S.? Or is it a daily driver that you drive long distance on the freeway? One of the two. I'm not sure which. I guess 24,000 miles. That's really not that bad. 24,000 miles in a year is pretty. I guess it could be average for some people. Kind of depends on where you live, I guess. Leases do 12K. Last time I checked, they had upped it to 17. I feel like it's 17. I feel like they upped it to 17 last I checked. But if it is 12, it's been a long, long time on leases since I've been in one. But the last time I was in a lease, I think they had upped it to. It was either 15 or 17K. For Hondas was the bare minimum that you could do. You couldn't do anything less than that, so you had to pay for that. And of course, I imagine that it depends on the dealership, but 12K is like that's minimum. Like I think most vehicles should do more than 12K in a year. That's only 1,000 miles a month when you're thinking about it, and so 1,000 miles in a month isn't that far, especially if you're going to take a trip at least once or twice a year. I'm pretty sure even my leases I had 13,000 with Honda. See. Yeah, that makes sense, Roseanne. I knew you were doing some extra driving in there for something. Maine. Oh yeah, that was the other thing too. With that Dodge Ram that we were driving around. I have no idea how big that gas tank is, but I guess I could figure it out. We were averaging, I think, about 17 miles per gallon. I think is what it was, which is terrible, by the way. But I think when I filled it up, it was 521 range is what it was giving me. Oops. So that's like a 30-gallon tank. Probably 31 gallons. If I had to guess, it probably has like a 31-gallon tank on it. Holy crap. That's insane. I've never owned a vehicle before that has that tank that size. That is absolutely massive. I can't even imagine, like, what happens when one of those trucks gets in an accident? That's a lot of gas. 30 gallons? Now I gotta look it up. Hold on, you guys got me talking now. Oh, it says 26. That's weird. Okay. Well, I guess I was getting really poor gas mileage then. It says it's a 26-gallon tank. It's still a lot of gas. I think one of the largest tanks that I've ever owned is probably our Jeep. Yeah, that's 21.5 gallons. I'm not positive, but I don't even think the Dodge Challenger had that much. Yeah, the Dodge Challenger is only 18.5 gallons. I'm pretty sure that the Jeep that we own has got the largest tank that I've ever owned on a vehicle. 26-gallon tank. Whoa, that's a lot of gas. It was nice. We only had to fill up once while we were driving around. And we drove from one side of Florida to the other and back. Same tank. Ooh, CPR is coming in with what's on the second page of a Ford owner's manual, the bus and train schedule. Dang. You're hitting in hard with these punches. We're gonna start a fight between car maker fans. The saying in Maine is you can't get there from here. That's messed up. Jim says this price movement is so confusing, exactly opposite of what it should be with an imminent conversion. Yep. That's how bad they need the shares, man. They need to keep people's attention away from AMC so bad that they want to entice people to buy Ape shares. It should show you the amount of pressure that there is to find AMC shares right now. Mercedes-Benz sedan. Hold on a second, I'm looking. Uh, 17.4. Meh. The Challenger had more. Considering the size of it, though. That's, by the way, that's for a 2022 Mercedes-Benz E350. It has a 17.4 gallon tank. That's not all that big. Jim says you got to say that in a northeastern accent. You can't get there. You can't get there from here. Yeah. You can't. Let me try that again. You can't get there from here. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. I'm trying. Gotta start practicing that. I can't. There's no way I'm ever gonna get Melissa to move to Maine, though. She wouldn't survive the first winter. I wouldn't mind living in Maine. She couldn't handle it, though. Albert says with only 81% utilization, yes. Real quickly here, I feel like there's a little. Let me just check something real quick on this. Why in the world is this not? Let me just check something because I feel like there's a little bit of a pattern developing here. Ever so slight. Let's go with on AMC. It looks to me like we're kind of we're trading in an ascending wedge. It's a very, very long, drawn out wedge. Like if I zoom way out here, you can see how it kind of like tightens over time. Usually, when you have such a dramatic, steep wedge like this, prices will. I mean, the likelihood of this breaking out to the top side of this wedge is nearly impossible. Probably really low percentages. Like I'd say like maybe 18% chance that it's going to break to the top side. So the question is at what point are we going to see price moving along here and then finally break to the bottom side on this wedge? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back out to an hour time frame here. And I'm going to go back to historical numbers from the past when we've held these kind of price points and look for a level of resistance on where price may rise up to, and find that resistance before turning around and heading the other direction. And it looks like some of the price points that are have held up in the past, and I'm looking specifically kind of like in this time frame, like right back in here on 725 and 726 trading days. I feel like there was a kind of significant tops that were kind of put in there right around $5.27. So we may see, if I were to put a horizontal line in here at that value around 527, what we may see have happen is we may see price kind of top, and you can see it. Look at that. Sure enough, topped out right there at that 527, 528 range right there. And what we may see have happen is kind of some. It may retest this again once, maybe even twice, and then finally consolidate in to seeing a breakout here, perhaps in the later portion of the day, to where we see price moving back downwards again. And we would get something around, if I were to just kind of give you like a guesstimate, I would say like in this window, somewhere around this time frame, leaving out just the tip here, seeing that consolidation and retests of both sides of this this ascending level of support, and this top at about 527. I could probably move to 528. And then more than likely breaking out, going down out of this. Just a suggested point. Doesn't necessarily have to break there. It could continue up this wedge further and find this Fibonacci retracement here at $5.42. It doesn't necessarily have to be right here. And it could be earlier. Doesn't necessarily. Again, it's just a suggested point. Oftentimes you find some kind of level of resistance and some level of support that kind of consolidate within, and then the breakout comes later down the road. Albert, I'm not worried about that. I don't I don't think that's going to happen. Wolfie says DM, but I'm not sure if he's saying it to me or if he's saying it to somebody else. Teresa says, I feel like it really never moves. AMC goes up and Ape goes down to match or vice versa, keeping the overall price the same. I mean, you're not far from off. We've been seeing kind of a, if I scroll back out to like a 4-hour time interval, I mean look our current price right now at around $495 has been kind of this overall sentiment of that, you know, pricing on either side of that for quite a while. I mean, we've seen some spikes and whatnot, but for the most part, right around $5, we've been seeing a, you know, kind of like a stable price movement in that range, probably as far back as December of this year or last year. So you're not wrong. There's been some movements on either side of that, but for the most part, you know, we have stabilized in that $5 range. And I think a lot of that has to do with, you know, just trying to keep price as close as possible to something that would bore investors and not cause them to want to perhaps invest into AMC. Nobody's going to come run into a stock when it's just kind of hovering around the same prices consistently and not really moving too much anywhere. Glenn says, going to see Meg 2 tomorrow with wife, grandson, and his friend. To all of you grandparents, take the kids to the movies before school gets back in session. My wife just asked me this morning, she's like, do you want to go see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? And I was like, yeah, of course I do. I want to see Oppenheimer. I haven't seen Oppenheimer yet. I keep buying tickets for Sound of Freedom. But now I need to go buy some tickets. We're going to go see, sounds like we're going to go see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm not sure when, but my guess would be when she gets off work later this week, maybe like Thursday, Friday. Oh, no, I just saw you put DM and then a high five sign or something like that. Wolfie. I wasn't sure what that was for. Maybe you meant DJ and then gave the high five, but it came through as a DM. DJ says we broke the 666 resistance on the combined price of AMC and Ape. Perhaps. Yep, we're at $6.91 combined. Oh my gosh, you're taking me back, Dino Mike. Dino Mike said, go Ninja, go Ninja, go. Oh my gosh. We used to run around the house all over the place as kids saying that. I can only imagine how annoying that would have been to my parents. I feel bad. I like legitimately want to call my mom up later today and tell her that I'm sorry. Because it was Vanilla Ice's song from, I don't remember which Which Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? I think it was the second Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from way back in the day. I was so old, man. That had to be like, what year was that? Was that like 89? Which one? I remember specifically which one it was when they killed Shredder in the on the dock. I'm looking it up. $1991. I was off by 2 years. Wow. I would have been 15 years old. So I'd have been like in high school when that came out. But I know my brother was 5 years younger than me, so we would have been running around the house chasing each other. Dynamite says I was 15. Yeah, I was 15 too. My brother and I were probably chasing each other around the house saying, "Go Ninja, go Ninja, go." And then, Vanilla Ice was big back in those days. He was just starting to become unpopular. It was probably right around, I feel like it probably wouldn't have been much longer after that song that he probably was starting to go downhill on. What year did they smash his tape on MTV? It would have been $1999. So it was like 8 years. 8 years later, after Go Ninja Go, they were smashing it because they had it was Dennis Leary, Jon Stewart, Janine Garofalo, and Chris Kattan to make fun of old music videos. And then at the end, they brought Vanilla Ice on. I'll never forget that. I thought for sure he was going to smash somebody's head in on live, or I don't know, it was probably not even live TV. I thought for sure we were going to watch Vanilla Ice bash in one of those comedians' heads with an aluminum baseball bat. And because that's the way that he postured himself, I thought he was going to kill somebody. I really did. I really thought somebody was going to die on that set. And he went in and he smashed everything, just smashed everything with that baseball bat. And you could tell there was fear in some of those comedians. Some of those comedians knew that they were that close. And I'm holding up my fingers as if there was like an inch. They were an inch away from losing their lives in that moment. Because I would have just been like, I mean, I don't know how they sat there and laughed at that. Because, I mean, you could tell there was stress involved. What do you do? What do you do in a stressful moment like that? I guess you just laugh. That's all you can do. It was Go Ninja Go was 91. I think I looked it up. It was 91. Plague says Meg 2 is better than the first. Went last night. But so I have my diving certification. What's going to make me angry, and I already read about it, is somebody doing a free dive at 20-some thousand feet under the water, as if that's just a thing you can do. But it is movies. I know. I got to get over it. I just have a hard time when I see stuff like that. Well, there's our breakout of the ascending wedge there. It is definitely looking pretty strong on a breakout on this. And this is going to be an attempt to try and push us back down under $5.08, and that's kind of a key number. 509 was the number that I mentioned to you guys earlier that we needed to maintain to get additional buying pressure for the day-to-day. So if we break down below 509 or that 508 support line, then we will probably see price continue to plummet a little bit. We are still up right now on AMC 3.48% at $5.10. Ape is down 3.08 at $1.73. This looks like it did finally take a little bit of a counter move. Now, in this particular situation here, we have Ape down 3% and AMC up 3.51. That's not balanced. That's actually a loss because we've got that would show a market cap losses as AMC should be up double the amount Ape is. So it should be in the range of like 6% up for the day. So Ape should return to seeing upwards momentum in a bit here. Either that or they're going to devalue the total amount of valuation that's out there on AMC. Yeah, but not 20,000. Not 20,000. Well, it's got to be feet. Not 20,000. It's not feet. What is it? Hold on a second here. It is feet. Yeah, so my understanding, and I don't know this for sure, but in the movie there's something like 20,000 feet under, and the Titanic is about 12,500 feet deep, which is pretty close to the depth at which that implosion occurred on the submersible recently. So free diving at those kind of depths is not possible. $17.96 Patriot says emotional damage. Emotional damage. You have me at the vision of you and your brother running around the house chasing each other saying, go ninja, go ninja, go in Spider-Man or Batman undies with Cheetos. Not quite. I wouldn't go that far. I mean, I would have been 13 or 15 at the time, so probably not running. But we were definitely probably chasing each other with like swords or something. I don't know what. Plague says 25,000 feet in Meg 2. Yeah, that's not happening. Plague says, I bet Chuck Norris could do it at 40,000. You might be right. Well, we got the breakout of that ascending wedge way, way earlier than I would have anticipated. We did find that that level of resistance there at $5.28 and never retested it. The next thing that we're going to want to see here, if possible, is we're going to want to see another retest of 528. And the reason that I say that is if we can get a little bit of consolidation, like if price does come back down and retest something like... Actually, no. Actually, right where it's at is just fine. If we can see price move back up and retest 528 a second time, then what we can start to draw out is a little bit of a bullish triangle. So ignore this top side right here, where we might actually see, as it stands right now, if we continue to do what it is that we're doing, it's starting to look like an ascending, broadening wedge. But if we can get a retest of 528, price can come back down and consolidate within inside this bullish triangle, which is going to be that 528 number. If we can't get back up there and retest that, then what we'll probably see have happen, and I'm going to delete this box for now because it's kind of distracting, but we're going to see price kind of consolidate a little bit and then finally break out, going down to retest right around 504, and then have a pretty good percentage high chance of seeing price drop a little bit further than that, as that's how an ascending, broadening wedge works. Jared, volume prediction for the day today was pretty low, and we're already risking severely breaking it for AMC. It was 10 to 30 million on AMC, and 1 to 20 million on Ape, and we're definitely looking like we're going to break it on Ape or AMC. I mean, Ape. I don't know. Ape, on the other hand, it's hard to say. It's definitely looking like there's more volume today than I would have anticipated, though. But it is time to take a look at the numbers. I just realized that it's past time to look. Thank you for that expertise there, Thorbladed. Appreciate it. Let me take you guys over to the other page. Sounds good, Jared. Take care. Let's see what we got going on here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me just a second here while I refresh this. All right. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we've got 62.82% going through off exchange, and EDGX is sitting at 7.71. The combined total, that's 70.53%, or about 10.53% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 10,000 shares so far. That's pretty low numbers, nothing unusually large going on there. Taking a look at Ape, off exchange is sitting at 58.18%. EDGX is sitting at 3.89. The combined total on that's 62.07%, or 2.07% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. GME CHX volume for the day today is sitting at 573 shares, nothing unusually large at this point. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, there was approximately 89,000 shares having been borrowed for the day on AMC. It's now a return of 25,000 shares. It's not really going to change anything too much. Short share interest of the free float's at 30.1%. Cost per mins at 353.53. Average is 362.12, and max is 380.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 193.48 million shares on loan. From Friday, that's an increase by 500,000 shares. Ortex estimated that about 155,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape so far for the day today, wow. We went from 1.56 million borrowed shares for the day to 5.66 million shares borrowed, bringing our short share interest of the free float to 10.86%. Cost to borrow mins at 0.77, average is 4.64, and max is at 5.47. Shares on loans at 79.46 million shares. on loan for the day today. That is 1.11 million shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. The amount of shares being borrowed today with 0 returns on Ape is phenomenal. I can't say it. Phenomenal. Why is that word? That word is hard for me. But yeah, it's amazing. But those are big numbers. I would expect to see utilization up quite a bit tomorrow if those numbers remain the same. Phenomenal. I think I got it right that time. Phenomenal. Just got to not think about it, and it comes through okay. Let's see here. Options. Highest amount of call volume at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago it was $5, so it's definitely increased. We had 8.2 thousand contracts at 5. We now have 13.5 thousand contracts at 5.5. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. There was 12.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 22.4. And now there's also a lot of contracts opening up at $4.5 and $5 strikes as well. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $5.50 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.86. We're still finding a little bit of support in here. We did break past that level of resistance that we've got at $6.84, and we're managing to kind of maintain and finding support off of that, which is really, really super positive. It means this box may no longer be valid for a breakout point. And the next point of resistance that I see is going to be up here at 703 combined, which means we may not see the breakout until this point or someplace in between. Oftentimes, whenever I put these boxes in as suggested breakout points, it goes right around them and drops right down through them between the middle of them. If that were to be the case, that would be probably somewhere around aftermarket close. But we did have two quick little spike outs above this ascending parallel channel. I'm still comfortable with this channel right now, though. I think it's still good TA. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only 3 I'm looking for. AMC is crawling up the list here. We have a 48.69% buy to 51.31% sell ratio. It's never good to see lower buying volume than selling volume based on orders. But it does tend to happen when we first start to see price moving upwards, and that's usually short-term investors who are getting out. It always happens. Give it about 24 hours. Usually it clears up after 24 hours, and we usually start getting more buying than selling. It's just, you got to get rid of those quick profit turners, the paper hands. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $4.44. Ape at 1.611. There are 0 shares available to borrow after they returned 1,000 earlier. And also returned ETF shares as well. Fees are 220%, and so far for the day I'm only counting about 75,000 shares having been borrowed. Currently, the NASDAQ is down 0.21, the Dow Jones is up 0.85, and the S&P 500 is up 0.42. We have 3,077 advancers to 3,028 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining now. That's a switch from an hour ago. Big bank movers for the day today. We've got FRC down 17.12. Everything else... Coinbase is down 3.47. Everything else appears to be within plus or minus 2.75% or less. Ethereum Classic is down 1.14% and trending down. The US dollar is now up 0.1% And let's see here. What is it trending? Trending up. Oil is down 1.33% and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.02 to 0.07. And Vanguard's is consolidating. BlackRock's is trending up. SPY is up 0.45 and trending down. VIX is down 2.46 and trending up currently after having had a downtrend. Currently showing at 16.53, but once again they are not updating the current numbers on the ticker, which are showing up at 16.68. So please ignore that. I'll have to send out another message to them again, tell them their stuff is jacked up. VBR is currently up 0.71 on an uptrend. VB is up 0.34 on an uptrend. Tesla is down 3.6 on a downtrend. Amazon is up 0.07. But on a downtrend. Cinemark is up 0.74 on a very hard drop here all of a sudden, just out of nowhere on some rising volume down from averaging around $18 a share to 17.73 in a really quick move. Doge is down 0.73 but consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.36 and on a downtrend. GME is down 0.95 and trending up. HYMC is down 8.4% and consolidating. NCMI is down 11.01% and trending down. Hood is up 0.71 and starting to trend down after a substantial increase in price from earlier this morning. Ape is down 3.07% and trending down. AMC is up 4.27 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today. We've got approximately $4.3 million more inflow than outflow. 16.18 million shares traded so far for the day today after 114 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace. Oh, that is not right. Hold on a second. One second. Fat fingered something there. We're on a pace for about 55.45 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely above the 10 to 30 million I suggested in pre-market, and we're actually maintaining the pace that we had from an hour ago, if not exceeding it ever so slightly. So getting some pretty good volume for the day today. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI, 62.84. Which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI, 62.16, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI, 61.89, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI, 50.26, which is average. On APE, there is approximately $1 million more. That's 1.1 million more outflow than inflow. 5.47 million shares traded so far after 115 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for about 18.55 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I predicted in pre-market. So we're looking good there. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.24, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.25, which is almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.44, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.76, which is signaling oversold. I had an opportunity to meet up with Pro Jeweler and Danny while I was on this trip, and it was really fun to meet him. We had breakfast with Pro Jeweler and his wife, and shout out to her. She was absolutely wonderful. Nice lady. Pro Jeweler, he's all right. He was a great guy. It was fun having breakfast with him and sitting there. And the amazing thing was, and I thought this was probably, from my perspective of taking our conversation and just looking back on it as we left, we sat there and talked and we didn't talk shop the whole time. The whole time. We literally sat there and we just talked about Florida and, you know, them and their life and how, you know, what they're doing and us and our life and what we're doing. And it was just a good time. I mean, we didn't have to sit there and talk shop, the entire, I was really surprised. I was really surprised. I was really, no, Glenn, it was nothing like that. It was just simply meeting him for breakfast on the way home. And I wanted to share, real quick here. I gotta, my wife got after me, by the way, Pro Jeweler, this morning. She said, you didn't post up that picture yet of you and him. And she's like, he's probably thinking you don't want to show the picture. And I was like, no. I was like, it's not that at all. I just hadn't had it. Oops, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Just posted it up to Discord so we could see it. But it happened. We did meet. And let's see here. Where is that? I'll show you guys. Oh, and then I think Danny posted a picture. Already. I met Danny. on the way. It was we were heading back to the airport in Fort Lauderdale, and and I told Danny's son Luke. I said, look, here's the deal. I'm gonna hand you off some noodles. You gotta promise me one thing. Make sure you beat your dad up with those noodles. Otherwise, I can't give them to you. You gotta beat him up with those noodles. So he's smacking his dad in the head already. In the picture. I was just like, and then my wife drinks Bud Light. This is actually kind of a funny story. Like, she wanted to drink Dos Equis on the beach. And she knows that I don't like Dos Equis, so we used to drink Bud Light together, and I don't have a problem with drinking Bud Light. And so she bought Bud Light because she thought, oh, well, the only way I'll get him to drink with me is if I drink Bud Light. And I would have drank the Dos Equis too, but so we had like a ton of Bud Light left over, and I thought, oh, I'm gonna hand all my leftover beers that we didn't manage to drink off to Danny here before we go. So Danny got some Bud Light, which he's, of course, both him and I are probably gonna get crap over that for a while. I'm just not. I don't really care about that. You know, people make a big stink about the whole Bud Light thing. I don't really care. Whatever. It's beer. But I'm waiting for this picture to post up here of Pro Jeweler, but it's not happening. I sent it already. Oh, there it goes. Finally showed up. There's Pro Jeweler and I. I wore my bolo tie, and I realized I had to send a picture of my grandma the bolo tie, and I told her, I said, Grandma, I hate to break it to you, but you can't, because my beard is so long, you can't see the turquoise, whatever you call it. I don't even know what to call it. The stonework. But it's hiding under the beard in there. And by the way, Pro Jeweler is way taller than me. He was nice enough to stand down on a ledge and make it look like I'm much taller, when that just isn't the case. So yeah, it was nice of him. Good times though. It was good. It was good sharing breakfast and just talking. Thank you very, very much for recommending the breakfast spot. Appreciate it. I gave Casey a Rolex. Whatever. You did lies. What kind of moves do you think we're likely to see throughout the week? Well, I think let's see what happens after tomorrow's earnings report. But I have a feeling we're going to see downwards momentum, just simply due to the fact that that's oftentimes what happens prior. You see a little bit of a market run up on price for a while before, like a week before or so, 2 weeks before the price, before the earnings report comes out, and then typically you see a little bit of a correction afterwards. So I would not be surprised to see some downwards momentum for the rest of this week after tomorrow. Danny says, I love the Bud Light. Don't be jealous, Yucca and Foo. Danny says, Casey, he loved the noodle. That's awesome, man. Hopefully he's beating you up with it real good. And those chairs, the chairs that we got, Danny, those things were too small. I was barely able to. I don't know how I didn't break the chair. Somehow, miraculously, I didn't. So I can tell you right now, they'll be plenty sturdy enough for Luke. So he's got 2 chairs now that he can sit in. Maybe he can take his buddy to the beach and they can sit in the chairs now. That's cool. Make his buddy sit in the one that looks more like a girl's chair. Papa Mac, welcome back from your vacation. Colorado in the summer. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I spent a summer in Boulder, Colorado in a music convention. I don't know. It was just some kind of music convention or something. Music seminar. And Boulder, Colorado. I mean, that's where I pretty much decided that at some point in my life, I would love to retire in Colorado. Boulder was just absolutely beautiful. I mean, it is so beautiful there. Every time I go to Colorado, I am just absolutely floored at the beauty. It doesn't matter if it's summer. It doesn't matter if it's winter. And they've got all the seasons. They've got everything that I possibly want out of a location. I'm sold on Colorado for my end portion of my life. That's where I plan on retiring. I just got to make sure I can get my wife to, convinced into doing it with me. That's the big trick here. Casey tells me, I got you some beer. I know you'll love it. Haha, I thought it was a beer called These Nuts. Yeah, it's an awesome state, man. It's great. Colorado Springs is awesome. I like it there. Carl says maybe afford a 1-bedroom in Boulder if we moon. Yeah, I understand. I know the prices are pretty expensive up there. But I don't have to live in Boulder. Colorado Springs is just fine for me. Some places I can just drive an hour or two and enjoy some ski slopes. I'm down with that. Thorblade says you need to come check out Utah. I want to. I will never ever convince Melissa to move to Utah. It's the cold portion of the season would probably kill her. The only other place I can think of that I would like to move to besides Colorado would be Montana. I've often toyed around with the idea of Montana, and I know that's absolutely freezing up there during some times of the year too. And again, I would never be able to convince Melissa into moving there, but I think Montana is also beautiful. Maybe one day, Danny. We'll see. Pirate says Tennessee is similar to Colorado in topography and much better value. Yeah, that's why I was kind of like looking when I was originally looking at the map, I was kind of going like, anything across this portion of the hemisphere should be a good, as long as you find some place that's got mountain ranges and it's in the same portion of the hemisphere, it should be equal in, consistency of like what life of living is like, temperate wise, and you might have a little bit of different vegetation or whatnot, but for the most part, it should be pretty close to the same. And so, yeah, Tennessee would probably fit or match that description. Carl says, except Colorado has real mountains. Yeah. Don't you guys fight now. Move to Philly. First order of business would be to burn the red Kansas City hat, of course. Yeah, I don't think that would last for very long. Although I successfully wore that in Dallas territory. So, and I wore it for a year without getting any hate. So I actually got, believe it or not, I think I got closet Kansas City fans who constantly would come up to me and say, "Go Chiefs." They'd like whisper it, like they'd look over both shoulders, looking to see if there's anybody around. They go, "Go Kansas City." It was so weird. I was like, wait a minute. Oh, okay. Yeah. Go Casey. Believe it or not, the fans are here, in Austin. They just don't announce it in this territory. It doesn't matter if they're a rival or not, Glenn. It's more about just not being Dallas. Mario, in regards to the daily tracking of volume, it's daily that I'll be looking at, right? So that's why I think it's so important to kind of look at what the pre-market volume is on the daily basis, so you have an idea as to where volume's going to be moving to. And so that's why we do these predictions. I don't mind being under, because you can figure out throughout the day if volume is going to perhaps rise. You can just run the numbers every hour and see what the pace is looking like and see if it's going to meet expectations on a lower prediction of volume. But if day over day volume is, if you start predicting too high on your volume predictions and volume starts coming in lower from the day, and you don't know if there's going to be an unexpected bump in volume for the day, that's when you start running into problems, because you may want to make a position on the idea that volume is going to be lower, but you've predicted higher volume, and so you're not expecting it, right? So you don't make a position and volume's falling. So that's why it's really important to kind of monitor that volume on a day-to-day basis. Like I said, getting underneath or predicting lower volume than what you're going to see is not bad. But day-to-day volume is what's important, and then monitoring it hour by hour through the day to verify that it's going to meet expectations is probably what I would suggest, if I could get any more long-winded than that. Point Break says, "I will buy you a Michael Vick jersey if you come here." Are those even popular anymore? He's been through some stuff. I'm saying that Kansas City fans don't announce it here in Texas. They don't say it. They don't say, "Hey, yeah, go Chiefs." They're all very, very quiet about being fans of Kansas City. I actually had my very first boss that I had when I first moved to Texas I think he went to school there. And he said something to the regards of like, "Oh, I knew there was a good reason for why I hired you. You're a Kansas City fan." He's like, "Go Chiefs." And I'm like, oh, I was kind of afraid to wear this hat. I didn't know if people would, be okay with here in Dallas with me wearing it. He's like, yeah, you probably shouldn't wear that too much. People are going to hate you. And I was like, okay, well, and then I just kept wearing it. But I knew my boss didn't, he was okay with it. So that's all that mattered to me. I don't care if anybody else didn't like it. Jim, my wife says the same thing about here in Texas. Elgato saying Kansas City Chiefs were originally the Dallas Texans. The Hunts moved the team to Kansas City but maintain their residence in Dallas to this day. That's Dallas's second team. Got about almost 15 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers. I want to just check out the news real quick here. See if there's any specific AMC news that's been negative comments that we're probably getting. Let's see here. Disney and AMC earnings, CPI, consumer sentiment, what to watch. Yahoo Finance put out a article here. Lumped us in there with a couple different things. Let's see. 3 hours ago, MarketWatch posted an article saying AMC killing it at the box office from the quote from Adam Aron over this last weekend, but faces liquidity challenges, says CEO. Let's see here. The Street 10 hours ago said AMC stock a quote-unquote buy ahead of the Q2 earnings question mark. That looks like about the end of it. Don't see anything else. I will read off Adam Aron's tweets from this weekend because I think they might be worth looking at. Let's see here. August 2nd. 2 tweets that he put out. He said, in only 3 weeks for Barbenheimer, the results so far should take your breath away. Barbie has crossed the $1 billion in movie theater ticket sales worldwide. Oppenheimer crossed $500 million. The movie theaters are dead, quote unquote. The movie theaters are dead. Prognosticators are ducking wrong. Quack, quack. And then he went on to say in another tweet right afterwards, he says, reading my Twitter feed, some of you do not get the nuance of our situation. AMC is killing it at the box office right now, so hopefully by 2024, 2025, COVID-19 will just be a bad memory. But we face liquidity challenges before then. My recent open letter risks are real. And he's trying to make sure that people understand, there's still a problem that AMC has to take care of here, and we can't turn a blind eye to that just because we have a good earnings report that may come out this quarter and next quarter. The idea that there might be issues future in the down the road without taking care of raising capital will be a problem. So we're gonna have to continue to realize that there is problems ahead. It's not all just up. Not unless we take care of that. Sam says, I'd like to know how many Barbie car popcorn buckets have been sold. Yeah. I didn't buy one. One of my kids did go and see Barbie, I think yesterday or the day before. I asked my wife if she wanted to go see it, and she said no. And I'm like, man, I hear a lot of people are saying some good stuff, and a lot of people are talking about people crying and whatnot, and I'm like, she's like, yeah, I know, I get the gist of it though. She's like, I don't need anybody to tell me how much women are underappreciated. I was just like, wah wah. Okay. So I'm not even gonna try to, I don't know, but I'm not gonna push it. I mean, Danny, I do. I feel like I do. But I know a lot of times, women really are kind of the glue in the family and in life in general. I mean, I wouldn't be here doing what it is that I've been doing for 2 years if it weren't for her working really, really, really hard to continue to maintain an income that allows me to do this. So that is definitely part of the formula that makes this happen. So yeah, there's and I tell her all the time. I'm like, I always give you credit for you being making this happen. But women, man, I'll tell you what, women have it rough in the workforce. They really, really have it rough. I don't like it how some guys treat women in the workplace. I think it's extremely rude. Some of the lack of respect that I see for women in the workplace. I don't even know what the movie's about, but I'm just telling you my perspective on how women are treated in the workplace. I think is a bunch of BS. I think the sexual harassment stuff that goes on in the workplace is just ridiculous, and they should never have to deal with it. It makes me sick, really. And there was a point in time where I was working with a group of guys that I just stopped going to lunch with them because like they just constantly like that's all they would do at lunchtime is just sit there and stare at the ladies that were walking into the lunchroom at work. And then sit there and talk about them. And it was just like, this is just a bunch of bullshit. Like, like you guys are literally just sitting, like, just do something else. Talk about something else or whatever. But so I just stopped eating lunch with them because I couldn't take it anymore. I was just like, this is just dumb. But women have it. They have. It ain't easy for them working in the workplace. It's just not. And then they come home. They come home and they got the crap at home. They got crap to deal with at home too. So there's that too. They really are kind of the glue. You know how unpopular it is to be one of the guys when like you stand up to everybody else. That's the other part too. You want a real eye opener. Whenever somebody like that starts talking like that at work, stand up to them and say like, why the hell are you talking about somebody that works here like that? That's inappro. Do you understand the pressure that you get as from a guy's perspective? Like you're no longer one of the dudes anymore. you can't play that game. You can't play both sides of that game where you sit there and say like, like you guys shouldn't be talking crap about somebody, that's walking through here and, it's just why, you can't stand up to them without being shunned. And so, it's the pressures of allowing something like that to happen. And it's just ridiculous. It's craziness. I think men don't really realize the impact that it is that their words have on other people. So, but women just deal with it. Like the craziest thing for me was, you remember when, and I'm not trying to turn this into like a whole Trump thing at all, but do you remember when Trump did the whole grab him by the pussy thing? I couldn't believe it when I heard that. And it's like, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised at all. I was just like, I couldn't believe somebody got it on tape. And then when I went to my wife and I told her about it, she's like, guys say that kind of crap all the time. And I was like, okay, yeah, you're right. They do. They do say that stuff all the time, and it doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean that it's okay. Somebody has to stand up and be like, that's wrong. You don't have to treat people like that. I don't know. That's crazy. It's just craziness. But guys do talk like that. That whole like locker room talk stuff. It always happens. It's always happening. And it's not surprising when you hear it from as a guy. I just found it surprising to hear my wife was not surprised. I was really surprised. I was really surprised that she's just like, yeah, so what? Tendy says tech is on fire right now. Yep. Sam says, over the last 10 years, I've seen dozens of women quit because of how mean the gossip and attitude and shunning of other women, good people, and some of the best workers. I know, man. They deal with it, and it depends on the job too, right? Like depending upon the professionalism of the people working there, I guess makes a big difference too. Brandon says, so did it make it right to talk about Kenny that way? Absolutely. Absolutely. Wait. Just for you, I've got a little something special for you here. Hold on a second here. Where is it? Oh, yeah, here it is. There you go. Sorry. Good old picture of Ken Griffin over here. Oh boy, yep. That's that. There it is. That's an example of it right there, right? I mean, that's yep. Yeah. I thought that was funny though. That was supposed to be funny. Good old Ken Griffin, pour some sugar on me. Danny says, Casey, I've worked with lots of women and no one talks more crap about women than other women. It is so true. It is so true. You're not even wrong. They do. They talk crap about each other. Really bad. I don't understand it. I really don't understand some of the, I don't know, man. You're not wrong. Point Break Thor said they advertised the GameStop movie at my movie yesterday. There was a lot of buzz with people in the audience when that came up. That's awesome, man. Bob says estimates for Q2 earnings are now at 0.04 positive LFG. Hold on one second. I want to check something out real quick here. So Webull still reporting negative 0.05. What website are you using to grab that information? I'm not saying I don't believe you. I was just curious which website you're using. Let me just. I have a website that I typically use. Let me see. I never save it because it's just like I don't look at it that often. Haven't in 2 years. I think it's this one here. Is this it? This doesn't look right. That's not it. Oh, here we go. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling this up. For some reason, my internet's really slow right now. Let me make sure I'm even going through. I want to make sure it says I'm getting a feed out to you guys pretty good, so I'm not sure why this is taking so long to load up. There we go. So I'm looking at the consensus right now is showing down 0.05. Second quarter on earnings whispers is suggesting a negative 0.01 as of right now. But I will also look at NASDAQ here in just a second. Yeah, let's pull up NASDAQ and see what NASDAQ's saying. Yeah, this is unbearable. I can't even scroll the page. Yeah, this is not going to happen. Oh, it pulled up. Yeah, they don't. I'm not seeing it. I'm still seeing. Okay, yeah. Here, so on Nasdaq still has the estimated as negative 0.05 as well. Let's see here. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see. I'm pretty sure we're going to be positive, but I just it's kind of weird. Market beat site. Okay, cool. Fidelity lending rates at 92%. Jim says, I refer you to the story of Nora Vincent, a woman who pretended to be a man to write about infiltrating the patriarchy. She came out of it completely changed and eventually ended up offing herself. That's terrible. Pro Jeweler says Bob White is solely responsible for that 0.04 cent with as many collectible popcorn buckets and merch he has bought. It's so true. And movie tickets. Oh, I didn't actually look at the website, Bob. I was just looking at the NASDAQ and that earnings whispers. Yeah, I don't look at Yahoo too often. Tech We Love says, yeah, my estimates are between 0.04 to max of 0.08. I can't imagine less than 0.01 EPS. If that happened, I would be a bit baffled. I don't really have an estimate. I haven't been crunching any of the numbers to see where it is that I think it would be. I just know that I've been saying for a really long time. I know that Stonk Retail on Twitter has done a very good job of breaking that down, so I didn't have to. And he was saying, I think as far as early as like January, January or maybe even earlier than that, he was saying that he expected Q3 or Q2 rather to be positive earnings, where there was nobody else out there who was predicting that. Not a single person was predicting it at the time he was. In fact, there was many people who were predicting that we were still going to be negative Q2. And I was very adamant in standing behind Stonk Retail's numbers because I knew that what he was putting up there was good information. And I was a staunch supporter of the idea that we would be have a positive EPS by Q2 of this year. Most people were suggesting that it wouldn't happen until Q3. But I think his numbers were good. But there was not a single person at the time when Stonk Retail was saying Q2. There was not a single person. Nobody. You can't tell me anybody was telling me, because every person I was going up against was telling me there's no way we're going to be positive in Q2. There wasn't a single person besides Stonk Retail putting it out there. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here, and I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Let me move a couple screens around. I'm gonna have to go back to Stock Retail's tweets and see when he first posted that. But I'm positive. I almost want to say he was posting that back in November of last year, that he was saying Q2 this year would be net positive. Because I remember it was like at least 2 earning reports away when he was saying it. Like not even into those quarters yet. So it was pretty far in advance. Alrighty, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here, guys. Taking a look at off exchange. And if somebody's telling you guys that they were saying it way back then too, ask them for receipts on when it was being said, because they don't have them. I guarantee you, Stonk Retail is the only guy who was saying it way back then. There's nobody else who was coming up with those numbers. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. 62.37% going through off exchange as of an hour ago, or currently, I mean. And then EDGX is at 7.39%. They combined on that 69.76%. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62, so we're about 7.76% higher than we should be. It's kind of coming down. It was a little bit higher earlier. CHX volume is 14.3 thousand shares so far, not a whole lot. On Ape, 55.02% going through off exchange. EDGX was 4.14. Combined total is 59.16%. That is, oh no, I lost it. Let's see here. 2.84% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 4.1 thousand shares, not a whole lot, nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume for the day today is only 573 shares. Low volume's not going to get anything exceptional out of that. Taking a look at Ortex, let's see what we got going on here. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 25,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now a borrowing of 66,000 shares. That's not really going to change anything. It's going to leave that estimated short share interest of the free float at 30.1%. Cost borrow mins at negative 1.2, which means they're just borrowing and returning shares for the day. Average is 320.98 and max is at 380.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 193.48 million shares. Day over day, that's a 500,000 share increase on shares on loan. And by the way, guys, 193 million shares on loan is approximately, give me just a second. We are approximately 8 million shares away. Is that right? I think that's pretty close. Really close. We're about 8 million shares away from being at the highest amount of shares on loan ever. The record is 200.96 million. Ortex estimated that about 155,000 of that 500,000 new shares on loan was in new short interest. On Ape, we saw a surge in borrowed shares again for the day. It was at 5.66 million shares borrowed for the day. It's now 4.63, which means they have returned shares. That's going to lead to that short share interest of the free float at 10.82, which is a little bit of a decrease now from what it was an hour ago. Cost borrow mins at 5.1, average is 5.17, and max is 6.91. Shares on loan for the day today is at 79.46 million shares. It's 1.11 million shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day is at a $5.50 strike. As of an hour ago, there was 13.5 thousand contracts. There's now 15.1. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. An hour ago, there was 22.4 thousand contracts. There's now 24.1. Market suggesting a closing price between $4 and $5.50 by the end of the week, or by the end of the day, sorry. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.90. I'm kind of hovering right around the middle point of this ascending parallel channel. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for. AMC's made the list most of the day today. I think it might have been off of it the very first time I checked it this morning. AMC is on the list. We have a 48.41% buy to 51.59% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is $4.44. Ape at 1.611. Shares available to borrow is showing up as 0, and there is some ETF available shares to borrow but have not been borrowed. Fees were last seen at 220%. NASDAQ is up 0.19, Dow Jones is up 0.97, and the SP 500 is up 0.62. We have 3,095 decliners to 3,029 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC. We have, actually, let's go with the banks first. I forgot about the banks and all that good stuff. Let's see what we got going on here. FRC is down 17.18%. Other big movers, plus or minus 2.75% or more. We have Coinbase down 3.69. A lot of the banks are starting to go green. But nothing really, no big movers, really, not yet. Ethereum Classic is down 1.87 and continuing to fall. It is, hold on a second here, let me zoom out just a tad. Let's go to the daily. It's getting really, really super close to breaking out, going down here. There might be we might see a little bit of a break in cryptocurrency valuations, especially if there's collateral needing to be pulled from it. The US dollar is currently up 0.11 and consolidating. Oil is down 1.81%, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are trending down for BlackRock, down 0.1%. Vanguard is consolidating, down 0.15%. SPY is up 0.6 and currently trending up. VIX is down 5.38 and is threatening to break below 16. VBR is up 0.57 and consolidating. VB is up 0.25, consolidating. Tesla is down 3.18 and it's a tough one. I mean, it's downtrending for the day. Yeah, it's downtrending for the day. Amazon is down, or is up rather, 0.95 and trending back up and getting close to where market opened at, up 0.95% right now. Actually, it's above it with the closing of last week. Where was open? Where open was about a 141. So it's really close to about where open price was. Cinemark is up 1.48 and consolidating slightly down. Doge is down 2.71% and down in a downtrend. Pretty sharp downtrend recently. And Bitcoin is down 1.09% and it's retesting that 28.7 level again. Struggling as soon as it touched it. There's something about that 28.7 level that it just doesn't want to break past. And if it does, we may see that decoupling of cryptocurrencies to the market. GME is down 0.29 on an uptrend. HYMC is down 7.09 and consolidating. NCMI is down 7.42 and on a downtrend. Hood is up 0.18 and slight downtrend. Ape is down 3.3%, consolidating. AMC is up 4.97 and on a slight uptrend. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day-to-day, we have approximately it's almost $3.8 million more inflow than outflow. 18 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. after 170 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 41.29 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is over the 10 to 30 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.55, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 65.7, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.77, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, a divergence in the vortex indicator occurring with more buying pressure than selling pressure within the last 10 minutes, RSI at 57.01, which is slightly above average. We got some news article coming in here from Benzinga saying AMC Entertainment's holding incorporated shares are trading higher Monday. The stock is up over 17% over the last month amid the Barbenheimer movie phenomenon and renewed interest in the meme stocks. What to know? On July 31st, AMC announced that the company posted its best week ever based on admissions revenue from July 21st through July 27th, setting a new AMC record for its theaters in the U.S. and also for its theaters globally. AMC shares have grabbed the attention of retail investors and short sellers alike. AMC is listed as one of the top trending tickers on Yahoo Finance, and 32.32% of the available shares are being sold short, according to data from Benzinga Pro. AMC will release its second quarter financial reports on Tuesday after markets close and will host a conference call to discuss the results at 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time the same day. The company is expected to report a loss of 5 cents per share and revenue of $1.268 billion, according to estimates from Benzinga Pro. I guess we'll see if they're right. On Ape, there is approximately let's call it 2 million. I don't know why I'm hesitating on this. It's essentially $2 million more outflow than inflow. It's a little bit more than that, but not much. 6.82 million shares traded so far for the day today after 170 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 15.64 million shares traded by the end of the day today on Ape. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.24, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.66, which is below average and having touched briefly on being oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.6, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.45, which is below average. I just want to go on the record one more time for saying that Florida has amazing people. I had a wonderful time there. Hospitable people, friendly, beautiful area. Yeah, it's hot and muggy, but, so what? Who cares? It's still a beautiful place and wonderful people. So I had a wonderful time, and thank you for sharing your state with me. Yucca, it's good to be back home, man. Good to be back. Point Break Thor says, right or wrong, Benzinga can go F themselves. That's how I feel often. Danny says, Casey, you're welcome back to Florida anytime. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I can't wait to come back again. My wife's already trying to get the kids warmed up to the idea that we're going to head out there next summer for a beach trip versus going to our typical Corpus Christi down here. She's got to sell them a year in advance on it. She's got to keep it, they don't want to fly. That's what it comes down to. They don't want to fly. So, and I don't want to drive. I don't think my wife wants to drive either. We've already made the trip to California, which is essentially the same trip several times, and I'm just not interested. Mysterious Motorsport says, I'm in Corpus Christi. Man, we were down at the beach a couple months ago. Fu is working on Zern to make her ruling. And then Pumpy says, when squeezed, 2 weeks. And Wolfie even beat me to it. Well, I don't disagree with you, Mysterious Motorsports, but have you been to Florida? Because let me just tell you, those Florida beaches are a little bit nicer. Same Gulf. That's something I actually kind of want to know. I don't understand why that's the case. What's the deal? What's the deal with the murkiness of the water here in Texas versus the non-murkiness of the water? It's still the Gulf Coast. So why is the water so much more clear in Florida? I have a feeling somebody's going to say it's a relationship to oil, and I would that would be my first guess as well. MM says, I know plenty of condo owners in Sarasota if you want to come back. Well, we'll take you up on that. The wall of pay sites in Florida. I don't even know what that means. I'm just going to laugh. I See More says it's all has to do with the river. So silt, right? A lot of the silt dumping out of any rivers that are dumping, and we have quite a few big ones over here. But would it really be that bad? I mean, I feel like, all right, hold on a second. I'm going to pull up a Google Earth map here. I mean, I feel like you can see that from Google Earth, right? It's like, it's pretty noticeable. Let's see here. Google, we'll just do Google Maps. I don't need to do, I shouldn't need to pull up Google Earth. Besides, I don't want to crash the computer here. Maps do seem to take up quite a bit. All right, let's get the satellite view going here. Maybe. All right. So first, we're gonna do a little geography lesson here. So first off, we've got Corpus Christi over here, right? Galveston over here. Galveston beaches are actually a little less murky, I think, than Corpus Christi necessarily. The question is where are the major outlets for rivers, and why would you or would you not see, maybe like a difference in quality? Okay, it looks like I might have to pull up Google Earth because this really is not it's not pulling up very good imagery from the water area, so I might have to do a Google Earth on this. But as far as water outlets go, I don't feel like there's like massive water outlets, and I'm not getting very good imagery here. But you can tell Galveston gets some massive quantity of water. I mean, look at that. I mean, you can just see it flowing out like that there. Who's drawing this stuff here? But in regards to Florida, though, I mean, it's like night and day difference. And Tampa's got some. See, we visited just south of Tampa here in Siesta Key, and you want to talk about waterways that flow out into the ocean? I mean, that's pretty nasty, but it's not nasty. It's actually decent looking. So why? Why is there such a big difference in quality of water? I do not know. Doghead says it has a lot to do with the current. Yeah. It's night and day difference. I'll tell you, the in Corpus Christi, the water looks like chocolate milk. I mean, this is about the right color. What you're seeing right here in this image is about the right color for Corpus Christi. That's about right. You zoom out, you come back over to Florida, and you take a look at Florida where I went. Look at the difference. Look how much cleaner that looks. Big difference. By the way, the other place that I went to, guys, was called Casey Keys. It was I forgot the name of it again. Comus Beach right here. So this is the other beach that we went to. We came to this Comus Beach, public beach, and came out here and hung out here. That was the other place that we went to. Anyways, kind of weird. Mysterious Motorsport says Corpus has ships going in and out all the time. Yeah, but is it more? I mean, I don't know. Jim says the Mississippi dumps all the crud from the entire Midwest into the western portion. Did you stop by the habeas corpus? No. It's how light behaves. Blame it on the light. Okay. Well, I'm going to go to break. I'll see you guys back here at about 12:10. We got movie trivia to do. Oh, no. We decided to change it, didn't we? We're going to do jokes or something like that instead, I think. JM says this makes sense. Other waters, such as the waters of Florida, have a sea flora on the floor of the ocean which traps the sediment and makes the clean blue water appear. Well, I'll tell you one thing's for sure. The surf is way bigger in Corpus Christi than it is on the west side of Florida. So again, that would probably have to do some of that would have to do with current, wind, a lot of that kind of factor. And it may be on the protected side of like where water movement is going towards. So, which is part of the reason why it maybe doesn't have as much, with less waves means less sediment being stirred up. So I'd imagine that might have something to do with it as well. Tendies++ says, I miss Mr. Wizard. I do too. Alright, guys, I gotta go to break here. Let me put up the message real quick. Take the big tramp off. Wait, what are you saying again, Casey? Yucca Freda says, again, Casey. What's... Wolfie said here. You can all come to the UK anytime. Come see Pratt's Bottom. Hold on. Checking it out before I go. Yikes. Killing my internet here. Pratt's Bottom does not look like a Pratt, or like a bottom. It doesn't look like a Pratt's Bottom. It looks like a B. Definitely looks like a B right there. There's Pratt's Bottom. I'm not sure where that is in regards to ocean. Doesn't look like... Looks like it's a ways away. You could probably pick, like, you know... 10 miles. 10, 20, 30 miles to the coast. Half hour. Half hour to the east and maybe an hour to the south, depending on traffic. No, I'm not wanting to. No, I'm just simply looking places up. I was trying to figure out, Yucca, like why is the water so much better looking? I think a lot of it. I mean, we just read a couple different reasons why, but I think a lot of it's the surf. The surf is nowhere near as violent in on the west side of Florida than it is Corpus Christi. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to head to break. Ape is down 4.19% at 171.5. AMC is up 4.67% at 516. We did get the big moves that would cause us to find some levels of support. Real quickly, I'm just going to show you real fast on... I'm going to show you on the 1 hour chart here. Hold on a second. Where is it? So this is what I was talking about earlier this morning with you guys in regards to the 4 hour chart, where we were starting to enter into we were heading into the green cloud here, which is a period of uncertainty, but we had this really big jump in the leading span B, which is turning or forming a red cloud. And the idea here is that price is likely going to drop, but I felt like we would see some support right around $1.70. I just didn't think it was going to happen today. I thought that we would kind of trade sideways into the cloud and we would see the downwards momentum to 170 kind of starting up perhaps maybe tomorrow. But I do feel that we're going to be trading somewhere in the range of anywhere from $1.38 to, potentially anywhere between $1.38 and $1.77 for the next, I guess, few days. It's gonna last us this week that we're going to see this price movement moving like this, and should result wherever we end up holding value. Should end up resulting in a upwards momentum or exact swing in the other direction in pricing going into next week. So, but I'm seeing a level of support at about 170 here. So we'll find if we can stick it or not. Stick it or lick it, because that's what we're doing. Good to be back. Let's see. Let me pull up Bollinger Bands back up on here. Alrighty, I will see you guys. Alrighty, guys, I'm back. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Right now, Ape is down 3.91% at $1.72, and AMC is up 6.22% at $5.24. Let's see here. I wanted to read off a news article that I saw while I was on break. This is staggering. Let me scroll back up to it here. U.S. debt soars $276 billion in 1 month, as Hank Paulson says America's borrowing binge needs urgent fix. $276 billion in 1 month. Former Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson is sounding the alarm on American rapidly expanding debt. New numbers from the Treasury Department show the national debt jump from $32.332 trillion on June 30th to $32.608 trillion on July 31st, marking an increase of more than $276 billion in a month. In a new Bloomberg television interview, Paulson, who served as Treasury Secretary between 2006 to 2009 under George W. Bush, says that the fiscal trajectory of the country is concerning. That coming from the Treasury Secretary during the financial crisis and housing bubble that we had in 2008. Concerning. Extremely concerned. What was his quote? Quote was, the trajectory of the country is concerning. AMC customer support says, what does the reverse repo look like? Let's take a look at it real quick here. I do have that saved as one of my numbers. Let's take a look and see. Pulling it right now. For Monday, reverse repo. Is this Monday's numbers? No, we don't have Monday's numbers yet. They're not out just yet, but they should report here shortly. We've got about, they should be out. I'm not showing it out right now, but I see the numbers for last Friday was 1.793 billion. Or 1.7 trillion. I'm really surprised the numbers aren't out yet. They should be out already. Oh, there they are. I just refreshed it and it popped up. Looks like we got 1.81 trillion for the day today. There's 102 counterparties. So that's a day over day. It's a rise from 1.793 trillion to 1.81 trillion. It did hit a low, I would say, really close to around the end of July, at about 1.73. Let me see if I can find a day where it was a little bit. There's a 1.72 on July 25th. It's about, that seems, okay, here's a 1.716 on July 18th. That's the low. So, yeah. 1.81 is correct. All right, well, let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on here, guys. Amazing. Taking you guys over the other page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns specifically for me until you see that. Let me move a couple screens around here. Two-factor authentication If you don't have it, you may want to set it up for your account if your broker allows it. That could help prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up for that. Hold on a second. Oh, jeez. My phone doesn't recognize me. Hold on a second. You know it's bad when your phone's like, who the hell are you? Oh, I had to smile. Apparently it works to smile. Okay, there it is. It recognized me that time. Also, please make sure you guys have a portfolio statement for your broker in case something should happen along the way and they report something different than what you were expecting to have in your account. That will be your proof of what it was that you held prior to the mistake that's occurred. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63%. No, that's right. 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Off exchange is at 63.4%. EDGX is at 7.28. The combined total on that's 70.68%, or about 7.68% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 0.11 with a 30-day average of 2.5. It's only 21.5 thousand shares going through there, nothing abnormally large. On APE, off exchange is 57.45%. EDGX is sitting at 5.03. Combined total on that 62.48%, or about 0.52% less than I would expect to see. 4.1 thousand shares going through CHX. That's exactly right on target for what it typically sees as 0.05% of volume of our volume for APE going through that exchange. And on GME, CHX volume is only 573 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 66,000 shares having been borrowed on AMC. It's now 53,000, so a few shares returned there. That's not going to change anything in regards to the short share interest of the free float, which is at 30.1%. Cost per min's at negative 1.2, which means that there's borrowing and returning shares today. Cost per hour average is 326.52, and max is 380.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 193.48 million shares. That's about 500,000 more shares on loan today than there was on Friday. Ortex estimated that about 155,000 of that was in short interest that's new. On APE, an hour ago, there was approximately 4.63 million shares having been borrowed. It's now a return, it's still a borrow, but they've returned shares since an hour ago. It's now 3.52 million shares in borrows for the day. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to decline to 10.78%. Cost per min's at 5.1, average is 5.22, and max is 6.91. Shares on loan for the day today is at 79.46 million shares. It's about 1.11 million shares more on loan today than there was on Friday. Options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today. Currently at a $6 strike price. That's what it was. It's 50 cents higher now than it was an hour ago. As we had our highest volume at 5.5. We went from 15.1 thousand contracts at 5.5 to 17.5 at 6. Highest amount of puts is at a $4 strike. An hour ago there was 24.1 thousand contracts. There's now 27.5. Market suggesting a closing price now between $4 and $6 on AMC. Combined price of AMC and APE is currently at $6.92. Still trending upwards inside this ascending parallel channel. Trading on the upper side of the middle portion of that. Looks like we're going to go for a retest on 703 maybe. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC is on the list with a 46.75% buy to 53.25% sell ratio. SSR trips at $4.44. APE at 1.611. Shares available to borrow is at 0. There are ETFs that are available to borrow. Fees were last seen at 220%. NASDAQ is up 0.26, Dow Jones is up 1.08, S&P 500 is up 0.69. We have 3,182 advancers to 2,984 decliners. The market is more advancing than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers, we've got FRC is down 11.04%, Silvergate's down 18.75%. Anything plus or minus 2.75% or more, I read off. Coinbase is down 2.87%. And everything else is green, but not in large quantities. Ethereum Classic is down 1.62%, but on a current uptrend. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.12 on an uptrend. Oil is down 1.09 on an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.04 to 0.1 and trending up. SPY is up 0.66 and trending up. VIX is down 5.73 at 1601. VBR is up 0.8 and trending up. VB is up 0.39 and trending up. Tesla is down 2.9 and consolidating. Amazon is up 1.91 and trending up. Cinemark is up 2.45, trending up. Doge is down 1.82, trending up. Bitcoin is down 0.43 and trending up. GameStop is up 0.1, trending up. HYMC is down 5.81 and trending up. NCMI is down 6.92 and consolidating. Hood is up 0.4, consolidating. Ape is down 4.47, consolidating. But for the day, we've been on a downtrend. AMC is up 5.38 and starting a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, we have about $2.4 million more inflow than outflow. 21 million shares traded so far for the day today after 235 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for about 34.85 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. It's starting to look like I might actually be really, really close to those numbers. Usually I kind of figure the pace by 1 o'clock is going to be about what we end up hitting. So if we continue to see low quantities of volume between now and the end of the day, we could hit under 30. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 65.34, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.97, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.96, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.01, which is average. And what appears to be a divergence in the vortex indicator occurring within the next 15 minutes or so. On Ape, there's approximately $2.7 million more outflow than inflow. 8.59 million shares traded so far. After, let's see here, 236 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 14.19 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.42, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 29.68, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.67, signaling oversold. Oh, I'm sorry, it changed to 31.72, which is slightly below average. No, it's below average, sorry. And on a 5-minute interval, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.82, which is below average. And with that, I'm getting tired. I took 2 days. Took 2 days off for a total of 4 days. Oh, I guess part of Wednesday too. And now all of a sudden I'm tired after just a couple hours here. What the heck, man? I'm getting soft on you guys. Joe says, no more vacation, Casey. We need you sharp. I know, no kidding. Well, that's why I took it when I took it. I was looking at the schedule and everything, and I was like, I don't think the earnings report's going to come out. And I'm like, if we don't get the vacation in now, we're not going to get anything else in before the end of the summer. So that's why I kind of took it when I took it. Plus the prices were cheap. So, yeah, no more vacation for me. Pirate says naps are underrated. Hugely underrated. Counterparty Risk says you're still in relax mode. I feel like it a little bit. Projuler says, Casey, you got island fever. I might have. Is that where you get a case of the Effits? Casey became an island boy. If only I could sing that good. That would be amazing. Oh, boy. Paul says you have island boy fever? I don't know about that. The 2 weekets. I like that. That's a good one. Trevor, I did. I had a great vacation. It was nice. It was relaxing. I kept saying to my wife over and over and over, is this what you wanted? More beach time? I kept saying, I had to stop myself at some point because I knew I was getting on her nerves. Because I kept saying, like, is this enough beach time for you? Are you feeling? Is this great? Can you imagine like the annoying bastard I am, saying it over and over and over, like, probably like, I don't know, I probably said it like 5 or 6 times a day. Is this enough beach time? Are you having fun? And she's like, can you just stop already? I'm like, okay, I won't do it anymore. But are you having fun? I am that annoying kid. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Counterparty Risk says Casey needs diamonds in his teeth to go along with his diamond hands. What's funny though is we got onto the plane as we were leaving Florida, and she looks over to me and says, "Can we go back?" I was like, you did you have enough yet? I did. I had to say it one more time. I was like, did you get enough beach yet? I said, yeah, we can go back next year. Oh, and I don't know if Salty Dog's listening or not, but I saw the old Salty Dog restaurant in downtown gosh, where was that? Downtown Siesta Beach area. In fact, you can probably look it up and find it. Oh man, we stopped in one of those tourist trap places to pick up some stuff for the kids. Oh my gosh, I don't even want to talk about it. It was so bad. The amount of money that we spent there was ridiculous. Like I spent more on a car rental than I did on. The other way around. I spent more on buying souvenirs than I think we did on the car rental. So I was just sitting there going like, "Wow, this is insane." Alexander says, "What time earnings will come?" I believe, if I remember correctly, it was at 5 o'clock. Hold on a second. Let me just look. It's on AMC's website, but I think it was 5 Eastern. It's usually an hour after the market closes. Let me see here. Oops, that's not their website. Where is it? Why doesn't it directly link me to AMC's website? Come on. Finally. It's like Google doesn't want to take me to AMC's website. It's like, no, I will not. And I can actually, it looks like I can already send you the link for it. No, maybe I can't. Never mind. Just kidding. That was first quarter. Yeah, 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you want, I can give you the link address to that in case you want to attend it for yourself. I will pin that to the top both today and tomorrow because I will not be streaming through it. So if you want to, if you want to see it yourself or listen to it yourself, you can click on that link, and that will take you to their. Wait, why isn't it opening up a new page? There it is. AMC Entertainment second quarter 2023 earnings webcast. You can register with a Q4 account, which I already have because I like listening to those while I'm making dinner usually. And yeah, 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, basically an hour after market closes. It's after tomorrow. I'm copying and pasting this link so I don't have to go looking it up again because that's just so annoying. Hey Glenn, your birthday's in 2 days. I just noticed it in my notes here. Don't forget, today is Preacher's birthday today. The numbers will probably come out before then. Dario. I feel like most often we see the numbers come out like an hour in advance, at least. So usually AMC is pretty good about filing the report, and if you just keep an eye on their SEC filings, usually you can get those numbers in advance prior to that actual that meeting going through, the call going through. But I would say probably about an hour before. Probably within minutes of market closing, if I had to guess. But you know, the market always gets the numbers before everybody else does. The judge's decision as well, all at the same time. Come on, get out of here. Where is this being reported? I mean, I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying, where are we seeing reports on this? Because I hear stuff all the time, so it's like, it's not shocking. Yeah, be careful. Be careful with that, because you know that's yeah. When you speculate like that, everybody takes it to heart, and it's like it's always, you know, people start getting bent out of shape when they're, you know, they start going like, oh, you know, it was supposed to be released already. You know, the judge should have had a, you know, no, just be careful. The speculations like that can be very, very damaging, I think, to a lot of people's psyche. Nosa says, as per IBKR, there's a 20% expected move, a 20% plus expected move, and then rewrote it as being actually 20.7%. There's so much FUD in this play. They said Biggums was working at Dunkin' Donuts this morning. Well, didn't they have him working at Citadel? Not Citadel. A bank, Citibank or something like that recently. I don't even pay attention to that stuff, man. I don't even. It just goes right over my head, and I just go like, whatever. Here's what I don't get. This is the part I don't understand. Watch this. Like, what makes one job better than another? What in regards to this play? In regards to this play, like if you're invested in this play, and you're a janitor, and I'm a millionaire, what makes your position any better than my position? And the answer is nothing. A millionaire still has a position just as much as a janitor has a position. If you're a stripper and you own shares in AMC, do you see where I'm trying to get? I shouldn't be making fun of specific jobs. I'm not trying to make fun of them. What I'm trying to say to you is that nobody who holds a position in AMC is any better than any other person that holds a position in AMC. They just are not. They're no better. And that's the whole reason behind the whole idea of all people equal and calling ourselves apes, is because nobody is better than any other person. And that's the point that we stand on here, is that we are united in the fact that we own ownership in a company, that our position in our life doesn't matter for that holding of that position. So you can be ultra uber rich and be driving Ferraris around already right now, and I don't give two shits. I don't really care. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're walking to work or you're bicycling on a bike or you're, and you can't afford a ride and you're barely scraping by and you're eating top ramen for breakfast, dinner, and lunch. You're just as important as that guy driving around that Ferrari. You are equal. Stockfather says, "Hi Casey, it's time for Wyckoff time again." That's awesome, man. What phase are we in here? Wrench says, "Ice trip for free." Okay, you might be better than the rest of them because you're free. No, we're not. I'm not better though, Andrew. I'm not, and this is why I'm trying to say it doesn't matter what Bigums does for a living. It makes no difference, and just as much as it makes no difference about what I do for a living or any of us. I am not better than anybody here. You guys we're all equal, every single one of us. Nobody's more important than another. Phase D. Let me pull it up here, guys. Hold on a second. Alrighty. Here we go. Let me pull this up real quick here. I'll give you guys a little chart. And let's do this one. Hopefully this is big enough for you guys to see. Stockcharts.com and wyckoffanalytics.com. Thank you very much. I actually got this from ftmo.com. Let's see here. So phase D is the suggested point we are in right now, according to Stockfather. If that's the case, then I would suggest that if we're entering into phase D, that we're obviously right in this time period right in here. We're in an LPS. Okay, so we're moving into the LPS portion, he's saying, of this, which is right here. So what we can do is we can go back out to a daily on this chart here. We can get rid of all my junk that I got on the page here. Try to make some sense out of this real quickly. So the more I scrunch this down, the harder it's going to be able to see. I'm going to take you guys over to the main page so I can put both of these up on the same time here. What would be really cool is if I could capture this image right here and paste it right on over. But my guess is, and I might be a little bit off on this in regards to Stockfather. You can correct me where I'm wrong on this. But I think if he were probably looking at this and phase C would have, if we're moving into the LPS, which I don't, that's a little, it seems a little soon to be calling it an LPS because I feel like if anything, I feel like we're maybe just now exiting phase C and into D because it doesn't look like we're moving into the LPS just yet, as there's been this first portion right here almost looks like it might be the spring test region right in here. I would have like, I'd say like the month of June. Use schematic number 2. All right, hold on. All right, hold on a second. There we go. So phase D. The 377 would have been here. Apologize for the terrible drawing. Then perhaps the LPS would have been perhaps maybe this time right in here. Maybe, and then, I don't know, man, the LPS of phase C looks like it would be okay, this would actually be, because this has got to be low. I don't see it. Stockfather, I'm seeing the bottom at 377, and when you look at schematic number 2 for the Wyckoff, the lowest point on here is going to be the point right here, the ST in phase B. Right, and then you've got some larger movements followed by some consolidation. These are the larger movements with the consolidation, and then you've got some more consolidation in here, which is going to be kind of like in this portion right in here. This is all the further consolidation, and the LPS looks like the LPS movements on phase C. To me, it looks like if I were to compare these two charts here together, I would say that we're kind of moving into perhaps more of the beginning, again, the beginning portion of phase D as we're moving up on this price movement currently. And then the LPS retest. This LPS right here would be coming up. And so we're kind of like you are here kind of a thing. You're in between the nuts. What's that? But yeah, so yeah, I kind of see it. Oh man. Wind Tramp. 2 weeks. Wrench says you're drawing like you've been in Florida all week. That's how I always draw. Let me get my Bollinger Bands back up here. So we're coming down and retesting the bottom side. I was hoping that we would see today a little bit of a return in price back up to around $5.28. We never quite got there. We got to $5.25, which is pretty close, and then we came back down and we're testing this rising level of support again. If we can continue to maintain this and get at least 1 or 2 more attempts to break through at 528, I would call this a bullish triangle. But as it stands right now, it still looks like a ascending broadening wedge. Let me get rid of the Bollinger Band. Still kind of look like a little bit like an ascending broadening wedge at this time. We got about 8 more minutes here, guys. I'll take a look at the numbers again, and let me see here. Hey, what's the What's the difference between a blue verified check mark and a gray one? Does anybody know on Twitter? I'm gonna look it up. The gray checkmark indicates that an account represents a government multilateral organization or a government multilateral official. Okay, I was just asking because I noticed that Adam Aaron's got a gray checkmark next to his name now, which I think is kind of interesting. Sam says, "Is this a joke?" No, I'm not. It's not a joke at all. There's Adam Aaron has a gray check mark next to his name now. It's not. I didn't know what that was. I don't really. I tend to try not pay too much attention to that kind of stuff because I just don't really care about statuses all that much. Does say, oh, you know what? If it's blue on your phone, then I know what's going on. Okay. Never mind. I got it now. Let me show you why. Why it is for me anyways. I just figured it out. I know what it is. So, as you can see here, it looks gray on my screen, but it's because I've got this thing, and it's going to blind you guys here in just a second, but I like dark mode turned on, so I've got this dark night mode turned on, and if I turn it off, it turns it blue. I knew it was going to turn blue, and as soon as you said that it was showing up blue for you, I knew I just had, it was because I had this on. So it changed it, so I didn't realize that there was a difference. That's cool. Well, now you know there is such thing as a gray check mark too. I didn't realize. Boom. Well, you're on your phone. I'm on the computer. My computer is doing a different. It's doing a. It's not night mode for Twitter. It's specifically doing a special web version of. It's like an add-on. It's an add-on for Google Chrome called Dark Night Mode, and it basically changes websites for you. They're all the same color. What are you talking about? Well, that's why I was saying I felt like I hadn't seen gray before. So when I was suddenly pulling up his account just now and I saw gray, I was going like, when did they start doing gray? Hadn't seen it. Batman mode. It's just easier on my eyes. I mean, I look at stuff all the time, especially. Oh my gosh! Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I'm gonna do it to you guys. Now that you asked for it. Like this one. I don't even understand why this is a thing. Honestly, I really just don't. I don't have. You come to a website like this and you get this. It's like, especially if you're like just waking up in the morning, it's like, no. So fortunately they have a dark mode on this website, which is great, but it doesn't really matter for me if it's on or if it's off, because with the add-on that I have, I can just turn my add-on on and it turns it to dark mode regardless. It doesn't matter what mode it is. So if I ever pull up a page that, you know, it happens to be extremely bright, I'm not blinded to death. Counterparty risk says, I see God. This is what I'm saying. Like, I just, like, it's terrible. Like, it hurts your eyes so bad. And it's just like, no, stop irradiating my eyes with this light. What is this light? Home Wrench said I just walked right into my phone. Oh boy. Joe says he needs an eye patch now. It's so bright it's burning my rectum. If you farted, you might see. You might see. I was gonna say rainbows, prisms of light. Sorry, didn't mean to say it like that. You might see beams of light coming out. I just performed laser eye surgery on about 20 people. You're welcome. You can only get it done twice. If you've had it done once before, you're done. Speaking of... I'm so sorry. Oh boy. Too far. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here, and I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, probably for the best. That was like so offensive. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the on the screen again. I don't actually have to give you guys a speech. Let's just go straight into off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% combined between AMC and off exchange and EDGX exchanges. Right now on AMC, we've got 62.9% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.34. The combined total is 70.24%. That's about 6.24% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. 26,000 shares going through CHX. Nothing unusually high going on through there right now. On APE, we have 59.34% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 4.78. The combined total 64.12%. That's 0.12% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is only 4,000 shares going through there. Nothing unusually high. GME CHX volume is 588 shares, so nothing unusually large on that either. Taking a look at Ortex. You might fart rainbows. Oh boy. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 53,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It has not changed in the last hour. Let me just refresh the screen one more time to make sure. Yep, that's going to leave that estimated short share interest of the free float and all the cost to borrow numbers all the same. So no changes on any of those. Shares on loan for the day today is at 193.48 million shares. That's 500,000 shares more on loan than Friday. And Ortex estimated that 155,000 of that was in new short interest. On APE, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 3.52 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 6.49 million shares. That's right, 6.49. There's a lot of volume today. 19.04 million shares borrowed, 12.56 million shares returned. Lots of activity. That's going to raise the short share interest of the free float to 10.9%. And cost of our men's at 4.33, average is 5.05, max 6.91. Shares on loans is at 79.46 million shares. That's 1.11 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $6 strike. That is still the case. We went from 17.6 thousand contracts to 18.7. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. An hour ago it was 27.5 thousand contracts. It's now 28.4 thousand contracts. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $6 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and APE is at $6.92. And consolidating around the middle, still holding a lot of our volume moving in at prices above our middle point of our ascending parallel channel. And this did not upload. Orders by Fidelity customers. Maybe. Possibly. AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC coming in at 45.75% buys, a 54.25% sell ratio. By the way, Stockfather, if you're still here, thank you for the information earlier. I appreciate it. I forgot to say that at the very end there. That buy-sell ratio at 45-54 is not great. Normally I like to see, 60-40 on buying to selling. This always happens when we initially start going up in price. There's always going to be that larger quantity of paper hands that start occurring, and they're usually the short-term investors that are looking to collect on profit taking a little bit in the beginning portion. I expect to see this kind of activity for probably like the first 24 to 48 hours at the most, depending on how far the price is looking like it's going to run for. So I'm not really that unsurprised by the idea that there's 40. I'm actually surprised it's 45% buy to 54% sell. It seems actually that's better than I would have expected it to be. But it is definitely not where I want it to be. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.44. APE at $1.611. There are 0 shares available to borrow. Fees were last seen at 220%. NASDAQ is up 0.39. Dow Jones is up 1.2. S&P 500 is up 0.81. We have 3,199 advancers to 2,973 decliners. That's about where banks, big movers. We've got FRC is down 7.98. Silvergate's down 18.75. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down 1.34 on an uptrend. The US dollar is up 0.03 and for the most part consolidating for the day. Oil is down 1.69% and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are mixed. We have 0.02 up on BlackRock's on an uptrend. Vanguard's is down 0.04 and starting a slight up 0.74 on an uptrend. VIX is down 6.14% at 1602. VBR is up 0.82 and on an uptrend. VB is up 0.47 on an uptrend. Tesla is down 2.27 on an uptrend. Amazon is up 1.64 on an uptrend. Cinemark is up 2.74 on an uptrend. Doge is down 1.48 on an uptrend. Bitcoin is up 0.03 and starting to take off again here, trying to get away, moving away from that 28.7 level as fast as it possibly can. It's just over 29K a coin. GME is breaking even for the day today on an uptrend. HYMC is down 5.37 on an uptrend. NCMI is down 7.23 on a slight uptrend after having been down most of the day. Hood is up 0.58 and on a very small downtrend currently. Ape is down 3.91% and consolidating. AMC is up 5.58 and a slight uptrend. Inflow versus outflow. There's approximately $2.2 million more inflow than outflow. 21.98 million shares traded so far for the day today, giving us a pace of a pace of 30.83 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 10 and 30 million. It looks like we're going to maybe be over just a little bit here, especially if we get that end of the day volume that we sometimes see at the the last half hour or so. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.73, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.59, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.49, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.05, which is just slightly above average. There's approximately $3.2 million more inflow than outflow. $10.22 million shares traded so far for the day today on Ape after 279 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 14.28 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.06, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.02, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.47, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.31, which is average. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. Ambrose saying Adam Aaron tweeted something out again. I received a lot of love, and I take a lot of inbound heat on Twitter today, totally unsolicited. I received by email this note signed from 1,870 kind-hearted AMC shareholders, and it included all 1,870 of their Twitter handles. For privacy reasons, I won't disclose them here, but to those who sent me this note, thank you so much for this thoughtful message. And to the 3.8 million of you, I realize there's great support for my leadership of AMC amongst our shareholders. It is a privilege to be the captain of your ship. I am sincerely so very grateful to you all. And this was written. Shoot, man, I wish I could give credit to who credit is due, and I can't remember now off the top of my head. I need to find it. Hold on a second. Give me just a minute here while I find this real quick, because I feel like this is kind of important for me to acknowledge. Gosh darn it. I should have wrote this down. I have so much correspondence sometimes, guys, that I participate in something, and then oftentimes it's just kind of like I if I don't write it down right then and there, I just kind of lose track of. Okay, here it is. Who started this? maybe I shouldn't be saying, but I'm saying anyways. I believe it was Patrick. Nope, maybe not. Who is this? Mike Peterman on Twitter. Mike Peterman is at Mike Peterman, PETERMANN1. I'm following him. He's following me. Where he happened to be in a DM where he asked anybody who wanted to sign or be a part of being listed as part of the letter that was being sent out to Adam Aaron. And then he gave the rough draft of it, and I read it over the rough draft, and I was like, yeah, definitely add me to that. And so because I wanted to be a part of that and just make sure that Adam Aaron knew that I supported him. And so it was sent out, it looks like July 31st. Dear Mr. Adam, Aaron, and AMC, simply said, we appreciate you and your team for all that you do. We represent various voices and groups you may hear or see on Twitter and elsewhere regarding our beloved AMC. As many know, negativity travels faster, farther, and wider than positivity. This is a positive note to let you know that we appreciate and support you for your leadership through challenging and turbulent times and for your perseverance in guiding AMC to recovery. It doesn't go unnoticed how many hours you've put in to meet and greet us, as well as your acceptance of some of our ideas. We also acknowledge that behind every great CEO is a great team. And that's not us. We're not talking about us as a team. His people that work for him. Thus, we are saying well done to the board, SVPs, directors, managers, and all AMC employees that continue propelling the AMC ship forward to calmer waters. Many of us come from various business backgrounds and have experienced those down days that make you want to throw in the towel. We hope you keep this note with you and read it from time to time and be reminded that many of your followers, fellow investor owners, support you. Simply said, thank you. And then they attached those who wanted to be a part of that as a putting in our @ signs on there for our Twitter handles or whatever they're called. So I think that's cool. He got it. he saw it, and that's good. Tech We Love says, I know I signed it. I'm pretty sure I showed it to you guys and then let you just decide on your own if you wanted to be a part of that or not. I didn't want to like force it on anybody or anything, so